The city clerk's office, I believe, is the one who keeps the certificates and the records that everyone passed, right? So. Here. Mayor Pro Tem. Is that yours, man?
No, I got
Oh,
mine.
did you grab them from up there?
Yeah.
No,
No, they were there. You put them there already.
so you just doubled up on me?
Did everyone get their stuff?
Yeah, I got mine too. I think he's gonna need some Verdugo. But he's gonna need some Verdugo,
Okay, here we go.
Is he coming?
Yeah.
hopefully.
Message.
So, again, good evening.
Good
Moses Diaz, the city attorney. Today, we're going to be doing ethics for public officials. It's training. It's, the requirement is 2 hours every 2 years. Everyone should have a packet. If you don't have the materials, they're here. There's a sign-in sheet that's being circulated, so you get credit. We're doing 1 hour today, and then we're going to go into the council meeting. And then we'll do the second hour of the 2 hours before future council meetings. You have a packet. So the training, well, let's get into it. There's a series of slides that I have passed out. The materials include a certificate for 1 hour of credit. And I've also passed out a quiz. So yeah, we're gonna do the quiz here together, so don't worry about that. We'll do it at the end. And I should go over the presentation today, as long as we don't go over time, should cover all the answers there. It's not pass or fail. It's purely just to learn the materials. And then also I included a self-study packet, which also has the information in there. So if you want to go back after the training and kind of review the packet and review the questions, you can kind of do that on your own, get a better understanding, because it can be a lot of concepts and issues to cover. And really, the expectation is not that you're going to memorize all this, but really that you're going to kind of remember that there's an issue about it. If one of these issues comes up, when and if they come up. So why am I here? Listening to a lawyer lecture on ethics makes me giggle. That could be one reason. But there's really a trend towards ethics training in really all professions. And AB 1234, it was a law that went into effect in 2005. That's the one that put in legal requirements for local officials. It's geared toward elected officials and individuals who exercise expenditure powers, who receive reimbursement from the city. Those kind of things can trigger. So some of the materials are more some of these issues might be more relevant for elected officials. Some might be relevant to both elected and appointed officials. You know, we have our planning commissioners here, our city council members here. And we also have management staff and officers here from the city. So it's all relevant. So AB, again, I think I already covered slide number 3. Sorry for jumping ahead, but 2 hours every 2 years. You can do both hours all at once. You can do 1 hour 1 year, 1 hour a second year. As long as you cover the 2 hours in 2 years, you're in compliance. Some agencies require all their employees to have this training. It's up to you, but the bare minimum is for the folks that are here today. Slide number 4. Why should you take the time? Well, one of the big ones is, you know, if you commit a crime because you didn't know, you know, loss of freedom, 6 months to 20 years, depending on what the issue is, fines up to 250,000 plus restitution and forfeiture. Attorney's fees can range from 3,000 to $1 million, depending on, you know, what kind of legal trouble you can get yourself into. And then, of course, there's personal costs, your reputation. and so forth. But next slide is, why do I need this training? You either have ethics or you don't, right? Well, you know, you do, that's true to a certain extent, but legal ethics is a little bit different because the law has a lot of technical requirements. As a public agency, we're highly regulated. And so one thing to kind of understand here is that, you know, laws play a bigger role in it because, again, we just talked about it 1 or 2 slides ago. There's potentially personal exposure at times. But perception sometimes of the public is also as important as the reality. And so, you know, your gut may not be reliable all of the time. And so it's important to get some of the training and understand thinking beyond ethics laws. The next slide, the law tends to be the starting point for most ethical analyses in public service. What this means is that the law gives you the minimum, but you can always do more. We'll talk a little bit about that. But you know, the minimum standard is all you're required to comply with. But even though legally I so, and we can talk a little bit more about that kind of situation. So the AB 1234 training is 4 primary areas: personal financial gain, uh, personal advantages and perks of your position. Number 3, government transparency, and number 4, fairness. So those 4 are the 2 hours. We're only going to cover 2 of these topics, and we're actually going to skip ahead and cover 3 and 4 first because we have a lot of new members to our governing bodies, our public bodies, and so we'll cover the easy stuff first, the government transparency and fairness, and then for the next training we'll do personal financial gain and personal advantages and perks. So so to skip ahead, we'll need to skip ahead to slide 40. It says group 3 transparency. So if you can turn to that one. During the presentation, if any questions come up, I want to make sure that you're getting the most of it. And so if you have questions, feel free to raise your hand. If it's something that I'm going to talk about later, I'll just say, hey, I'm going to get to that in just a second. Give me 1 second to get to it. But otherwise, if you need clarification on something, just feel free to raise your hand. So group 3 is transparency, and the basic principles here are that transparency is the cornerstone of democracy. If you look at other countries like Russia and China, North Korea, they don't have the level of transparency that we require here in the United States, you know, at the local level. Thank you. As well as state government and even the federal government. You know, the federal government has the Freedom of Information Act. In California, we have the Public Records Act. Same thing. It's but it applies to a different government agency. But the idea here about transparency is that when we do the public's business, that it should be open to the public at large. There are some exceptions, and we'll talk about that later. But it's the public's business, and the public will trust a process that they can see. If they can't see it, if it's done in secret, they won't trust it. And so from that perspective, you know, the ends do not justify the means in terms of getting the job done for the city. Really, these laws are in place for an important underlying reason. And it's not more important than complying, you know, getting the job done. If you're doing it in secret is not more important than doing it openly and publicly so that everyone can trust the process. The general transparency principles are that we conduct business in open and publicized meetings. That means that obviously we post the agenda of the meeting and I'll talk a little bit more, outline the Brown Act in regard to that. We allow the public to participate. That's an element of this process. And thirdly, we allow the public to inspect government records. And so I'll talk more about that as well. Another element of this training that's required is regards personal financial disclosures. When you fill out your papers to run, when you get appointed to a public office, you have to disclose where your sources of income are from. You have to disclose, there's several categories: sources of income, real property that you own, investments, business positions, and other board positions. By April 1st, I believe, is the deadline for the Form 700. And then within 30 days of leaving public office, you have to file another statement of economic interest, is the formal name. We call it Form 700. And so for those of you who have just taken your seats in your public office, I know you filled out a Form 700 to run for office, but you also have to do one when you assume your seat. So within 30 days. And then I think you can actually check the box to say 30 days and then annual as well, to cover the prior year. And now these forms are being done for statutory positions. So these Form 700s are required for elected officials, and they're required for upper government officials who are appointed. So city managers, for example, city attorney. Hi. There's some materials right here. So I want to distinguish between statutory filers, and then the city also has a conflict of interest code that requires certain deputies and other public officials to file Form 700 and make these disclosures. Statutory filers, we file with the state, directly with the FPPC. Everyone who files under our local policy, our local conflict of interest code, will file with the city clerk's office. And now this year they're requiring that it be done electronically online, which I think is better, actually, because of problems that the state has had. But so your Form 700, again, you have a number of disclosures, and the reason behind the disclosures is that so when you make a decision on behalf of the public, because we're all here to serve the public, and we have a fiduciary obligation to put the public's interest before our own. All of us do. And so by disclosing where our income comes from, who's giving us gifts and all of that, where we own real property, when we make a decision here, it gives the public an opportunity, because these records are open to the public. They can go to the city clerk's office and see what you put down there on those forms, and they're on the internet for those of us who have to file with the state. So it allows the public an opportunity to scrutinize and raise the issue. Hey, do you have a conflict of interest because you received a big gift from, so-and-so construction company, and now they're bidding here? So that's kind of the reason behind the transparency, so that the public can scrutinize it and really have a means to enforce conflict of interest laws and other regulatory requirements. One important thing that I know is going to be on the quiz, so I'll mention it, is when you hold the public office, sometimes you're appointed to other public offices. You cannot hold two public offices that are incompatible with each other. because it could result in conflicting loyalties. And there's a number of opinions from the California Attorney General's office that say you can't be a city council member and be on the board of trustees of the school district. So you can't wear both hats, even if if the public elected you to both, you can only be sworn into one. If you did try and take the oath on both of the seats, immediately when you take the oath in the second office, you forfeit your first seat on the other office. It's automatic by operation of law. But again, that's so that you don't the reason for it is because when you have, for example, if the city provides water service to the school district, you can't, you have to look out for the city's interest in setting the water rates. But if you're on the board, the school board, you obviously want to pay less for water. And so it's a conflict of loyalties and the law will not allow it. And that's just kind of one example of it, but it can come up with other positions as well. Planning commission actually held another board position in different county. And it was a requirement that they have to live in that county. Oh, so she has to let go. Right, yeah. Yeah, and that's an issue. So in that situation, there wouldn't be conflicting loyalty for an issue though, and it does require them to vacate their seat because of the residency requirement. You have to, the law wants you to have the best interests of the public where you live, and so that's why you're able to fill seats only where you reside, and it's a requirement. Another one of the issues that comes up more with elected officials than anything, but it could come up with planning commissioners, is charitable fundraising. This one's on the quiz too. And the rule here is that you have to disclose charitable fundraising that you do. And the way so again, it applies to electeds, but it could apply to planning commissioners. It applies to charitable donations for charitable organizations, legislative or any governmental purpose. And the way it works is that these are called behest payments. So if if an elected official says to someone, hey, I want you to donate to my church, donate $10,000 to my church because we have this, really good ministry that we're trying to fund, and we need the money, and that person donates. Well, later on, the person who donated has a land use application, or maybe they're bidding on a city contract. Well, now, the elected official who asked them to donate might be influenced by that. And so that's the reason why the law will require that the elected official disclose that, even though the money never went in their hands, it's not their money, but because they asked somebody else to make a donation, they have to disclose that on their Form 700. Does that make sense? Okay. So now let's talk a little bit about the Brown Act. The Brown Act is one of the really key laws that we deal with. It's a very important law. It's called the Ralph M. Brown Act. It was passed back in the 1960s. And the gist of the law is that, let me just step back for a moment and say again, I don't expect you to memorize all this stuff, but it's just remember that the concept, because if the issue comes up, then you can ask the question and refer to the materials and really make the right decision. But here's the gist of the Brown Act. A majority of the governing body, public body, it's planning commission as well, cannot consult outside of a official agency meeting about a public matter that is before them, that they have authority to make a decision on. And again, this goes back to what we mentioned several slides ago. It's all about transparency. You can't make these decisions in secret. And so when I say that the Brown Act has this rule against a majority, well, our public bodies have 5 seats, right? The city council has 5, the planning commission has 5. So a majority of those can make a decision And so that, basically it means three. So one council member can talk to another about something that's going to be on the agenda, but when any of them talk to a third one, that's when there's a violation. Same with the planning commission. Um, and that's kind of a key concept. What constitutes a meeting? The Attorney General has a has a whole publication on the Brown Act. I have a few um I have a few sheets here. But again, what constitutes a meeting? One of the things that the Attorney General says constitutes a meeting is serial communications. And what the Attorney General means by serial is one after the other. So one council member or planning commissioner talks to another, and then that person goes and talks to a third. Serial. It happened in a series. And so that's illegal. So, and it doesn't matter whether you do it by phone or by email or by text. Uh, um, it can't happen. The other way it can happen is, the Attorney General talks about this hub and spoke uh, violation. And that's where, maybe three members of the planning commission or the council will talk to either me or maybe the city clerk about the same matter of business that really they should be talking about at a public meeting. That's also a violation as well. But you'll see on the second page of the excerpt that I handed out, there's an exception there at the bottom for discussing when to meet, place, have what's going to be on the agenda. You just can't go into the details of it. So you can, three of them can say, hey, maybe we should have a special meeting on this, but without going into the details. So that's an exception there. The other thing is there might be critical information that needs to come out. For example, if there's a serious crime in town or a serious calamity, something that really the council is going to be asked about by the public. What are you guys doing on this? There may need to be a need to communicate with the council, for example, about it. And in order to avoid a Brown Act violation, the city manager or someone else at City Hall can send out a one-way memo to everyone. It becomes public. That way the public can access it as well. It's not a Brown Act violation at that point. So everyone can get the information. You don't have a member of the public coming up to you saying, hey, did you hear about this or that? And that's the first time you heard about it. So there are ways to get you information. It's just you can't, if it happens in an email, just don't reply all, because when you're replying all and it's a majority of the council on the email, then that's a Brown Act violation. So just be mindful of that as well, because email forwarding an email can be a violation of the Brown Act as well. So the other key concepts on the Brown Act are that at a meeting, we have to post the agenda for a regular meeting 3 days before, 72 hours before the meeting, start time of the meeting. And once we're at the meeting, we can't add agenda items except in emergency situations, and there has to be a super majority to add it. And so really all we can do is take action on on whatever's on the agenda. We can't go beyond that. And that's why that's tough, because sometimes during public comment, you'll have a member of the public come up, and it happens at planning commission too. They'll say, hey, there's this really important issue that you guys need to look at. Please look at it. And really, it's not on the agenda. You didn't know that was going to come up. And it's hard because you have to tell them, I'm sorry, we can't take action right now. It's not on our agenda today. Again, this all goes back to the transparency thing. When we have it on there for 72 hours, it gives the public a chance to know what business is going to be transacted on their behalf here at the meeting. And it gives them an opportunity to make arrangements to be here and so forth and participate in their local government. So that's kind of, it all goes back to the same theme. We have different types of meetings: regular meeting, special meeting, emergency meeting. For a regular meeting, it's again 72 hours to post the agenda. For a special meeting, it's 24 hours. Um, and then for an emergency meeting, we just have to notify the media and anyone else who's asked for notice. But we can go in right away on that. But there are difference between regular and special meeting. At a regular meeting, during the public comment period, the public come up and talk about anything that you have control over. It's called subject matter jurisdiction. Anything that you have control over to make decisions on, even if it's not on the agenda that day, they can bring it up and comment on it. At a special meeting, they can't do that. It's not that broad. The only thing they can comment on is what you're gonna discuss at that special meeting, whatever's on the agenda, that's it. What are the consequences for violating the Brown Act? Well, the big one is whatever you approved or voted on, it can be invalidated by a court. And of course, if it goes to court, it's gonna take time. You know, there's lost time there because usually the court will say it's invalid, you gotta redo it. So more time and expense, especially if it's a public hearing. And of course, legal expense if you have to fight it in court. There are so we talked about the importance of transacting the public's business in an open setting, but there are situations where you need to talk privately because if you don't, it can compromise the city in some way. Litigation is one of those. If the city has a legal dispute with someone or somebody has filed a lawsuit against the city, obviously we don't want to talk about what our legal strategy to defend the lawsuit is in front of the whole public. That's one example. There's a number of personnel examples. To hear complaints, to do a performance evaluation, to give direction to public employees in terms of their goal setting and that kind of thing, and to discipline public employees as well. There's also one for threat to public facilities. If there's, if there's some reason why the water system might be in danger, we can meet in closed session. We don't have to talk about it, or maybe there's a cybersecurity threat, ransomware or something like that. That's something that potentially could be discussed in closed session to protect the city. So there are sensitive things that come up at times. And there's a lot more to the Brown Act, but obviously, we only have an hour for this training. So public records laws, in California, we operate under the Public Records Act, and in recent year, well, I shouldn't say recent, I think it was 2010. It was in the government code. It was recodified a few years ago. It was moved to a different portion of the government code, but it was also added into the California Constitution. So now it's a constitutional right of the public to access our records as a government agency. And it's a pretty broad rule, and it says all public records are available upon request to the public. But there are a lot of exceptions to it. And if you ever thumb through the Public Records Act, you'll see statute after statute where they say this one you don't have to give it up. And so anyway, the exceptions are the rule, really. That's kind of the main point there. Records equal writings prepared, owned, used, or retained by the agency, and that includes email, which is an electronic record. So even if you don't know that an email was kept, it's still a public record, and that's why these Public Records Act requests are pretty onerous. We have to look through a lot of records, and then when we find them, we have to figure out, well, is there anything sensitive in here? Because again, like I said, there's a lot of exceptions to it, and when there's something sensitive in there, we can redact it. We can black it out and give them the whole record except the black part. For example, a social security number, driver's license number, really sensitive stuff. If you know, if it makes sense that that it should not be public, there's probably an exception. So reach out and we will find it. The thing is, when we respond to these Public Records Act requests, we have to actually cite the exemption that we're relying on. And so we have to go look through the statutes and find it. And then we have to tell them, no, we're producing the record, but we're not giving you this part. And here's a statute that explains why we don't have to. So it is kind of a burdensome process, but it is important too, right? You know, because, you know, it's your government, and if you want records and you want to know what your government's doing for you, whether it's county government or state government, you have a right to look at it and learn the truth. So best practices here is assume all information is public or will become public, including email. So that means, you know, be polite in your emails. Don't, you know, don't use nicknames that you would not want somebody from the public to learn, because they can ask for your for an email that you sent. And if there's nothing exempt about it, you're giving it up. We're giving it up. So just, you know, when you write email, imagine that the public is reading it, and that includes, you know, the pastor at your church and, you know, your neighbors. So be careful when you author these emails. Avoid conducting city business outside of meetings. Here's what I mean by that. In 2017, there was a California Supreme Court case, City of San Jose versus Superior Court, where the court ruled that public records exist on your private devices. So, so if you're texting or emailing on your phone with the city about, you know, an agenda item or something like that, that's public record, and you cannot delete it. And so, the best practices is to try and have a public device, device given to you by the agency, a city email address, and using that. If you're gonna use your private email address, copy your public one. That way there's a copy in there, and they don't, you can say, hey, I always copy my public email address. So whatever you need, it's there. You don't need to search my phone, my home laptop or whatever. But the US Supreme Court said that everything you do for this agency while you are a government official of it on your private devices is a public record. And when there's a public request, it needs to be produced. Deleting public records from your personal device without having a copy at the city is also dangerous. It can be costly if the court rules that you destroyed evidence, which does come up. And the court, usually when the court finds you destroyed evidence, it's pretty severe penalty. And it can range from a monetary fine to, if you're in a lawsuit, they can say you don't have that defense is gone because you deleted emails or destroyed records. So it can be pretty, you know, it depends on the context, but be very careful with that. So when we're responding to Public Records Act requests, and this is more for staff, we don't have to create a new record. All we have to produce is existing records. So if somebody says, hey, I want to know about this, you know, X, Y, and Z, and they're telling you it's public information, you know, give me a memo on it. We don't have to create a memo. Our obligation is to go find records that have that information and give them those. And if it has a bunch of other stuff in it, sorry. But, you know, sometimes, especially the media, they love asking you to compile records and, you know, in some situations, it may be faster to do that for them, but you don't have to. And that's the key point there, because when you do compile new records, you're creating a new government record. And you also could be setting a bad precedent, because now the next time they want information, guess what the expectation is going to be, you know? So, so keep that in mind. So that, covers us in terms of Public Records Act, Brown Act, and some of the Political Reform Act disclosure items. Slide 47 here is where we start group 4, the fourth category of the 4 that are required under AB 1234. Fair process laws. The principle here is that under certain circumstances, public officials are stewards of fair processes. And what that means is that we're in control of whether or not the process is fair. It's up to us to make it fair. And that applies to decision-making, awarding public contracts, hiring employees, city employees, and appeals. Appeals can come to the council from a planning commission decision. Somebody may not be happy with the decision. And it could be the applicant, it could be a member of the public, and they'll appeal it to the city council. And so, so that's how that can arise. The key thing here is, there are due process requirements and rules against being biased. Expressing a view before a hearing, a public hearing, is not a good idea, because then people say, hey, you're biased, you already made up your mind. Why are we having a hearing? And so you could end up, having to recuse yourself if you made a really strong statement against a project, for example, and it's going to hearing in front of you, and you've already given your opinion. It's like, you don't have an open mind, is what the argument would be. So yeah, be cautious of expressing views before a hearing. Other issues in regard to rules against bias are, a personal bias. You can have a personal bias if you have family, relatives that have business before the city. Somebody might say, hey, it's a relative, why are you going to vote on that? So this can be triggered, bias can be implicated even when you have no financial conflict of interest. We talked a little bit about incompatible office prohibitions, conflicting loyalties. Apparently I got a little bit ahead of myself on that, sorry. But getting back to this fairness, if the big thing that I like to say is just keep an open mind. Not paying attention during a public hearing can be, if there's a speaker up here who's saying, hey, this public hearing time, hear me out. If you're not paying attention to them, because you don't like their position, you're giving them ammunition to say you're biased. You just keep an open mind until it's time to vote. When it's time to vote, you can give your opinion at that time and cast your vote. And that's really the appropriate time, because right then the hearing's over. You've heard everything that everyone had. The gavel has dropped, the hearing is over. Everyone who had an opportunity to influence you did, to the extent they were going to, and now you get to speak your mind and cast your vote. So, if family or personal friends have business before the governing body, be sensitive to the public's perceptions. Again, consider abstaining or recusing, even if you're not legally required. What that means is that really, when you have family, let's say you have family who is distant relatives, you have no financial connection to them. The Political Reform Act of 1974, which is the main conflict of interest law we deal with, that law doesn't say you have to recuse yourself in that situation. But if that relative lived in your home, you guys lived in the same home, now you have a financial relationship because you guys are paying the rent together, paying the mortgage together. You guys are financially dependent in some way. And so at that point, the Political Reform Act would be triggered. So really, when you have family, friends, but no financial connection, no financial dealings with them, legally, you probably don't have to recuse yourself, but it probably, the public probably doesn't see it that way. And their perception might be, that's your family, that's, your second cousin, and you're going to be favorable to them. So that's what I talk about. Even if you're not legally required to recuse yourself, sometimes just for the public perception, maybe you should. By the way, recusing yourself, it's a personal decision. I can't force you to do it. The council can't vote to force any of you to do it. It's a personal decision. And if you don't recuse yourself when you're required to, that's a crime. That's a misdemeanor, and you can be prosecuted. And so, and if you're prosecuted, guess what? That's a personal penalty you pay. The city's not going to go to jail. It's you individually. That's why I say it's an individual obligation that each of you have. So in terms of a recusal process, I kind of want to talk a little bit about that. There's abstaining and then there's recusal, and they're different. So abstaining just means I'm not going to vote. And you could just decide that, hey, I really can't make up my mind on this, so I'm not going to vote. So you just say other than that, you're still there. You count toward the quorum of the governing body. So now, so that's abstaining. Recusal is a little bit different. In the recusal process, which is it's codified in the regulations, when you are required to recuse yourself, you're required to announce publicly what your conflict of interest is so that it's disclosed. And it's supposed to make it into the minutes. That's the whole reason for announcing is so that it gets in the minutes. And once that happens, you have to leave the room and leave the remaining members of the public body to make the decision. Why? Why is it that way? Well, the theory is that if you don't leave the room, you might still maybe intimidate or in some other way influence the other decision makers. That's why. But now if it's a matter that relates to you, and there's a lot of different twists, I've seen it over the years, a lot of different twists on this. And one of them is when the council member has something that's going before the council, appeal, something that the council needs to make a decision on. Well, obviously that council member has a conflict of interest, so they announce it, but they can come up to the podium as a member of the public, say whatever they want to say, and then leave. Because then they're not influencing, they complied with the recusal process. Their ability to say their piece as a member of the public and a resident of the city has been honored, and the governing body can make a decision without their influence. So that's kind of the background on that. Another big area, competitive bidding. This applies more to council than to the planning commission. Staff does know about this, I know. But this is something for that's important. Competitive bidding requirements. The rule is that whenever something is competitively bid, it has to be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. There are some new exceptions that are coming down the pipeline, but this is the general rule. And the idea behind it is that everyone has a right to compete for the city's business. Again, it's fairness. Everyone has that right. But it's also that competition produces the best price for taxpayers. So the residents win when we do it that way. Kickbacks, if a vendor wants a contract and they give a kickback to a council member individually, that can be prosecuted. I mean, a vendor can give a discount to the city, that's fine, because, the city can't go to jail. They're not gonna be prosecuted. But if it's, if an individual council member or management would get a kickback on a contract, then obviously that's illegal. It's a form of bribery. So now there's exception to this way of contracting. This is bidding. This is usually for labor type services. There's an exception for professional services. There's an exception for sole source goods. So what are those exceptions? Because they do come up from time to time. Sole source means that there's only one vendor who has that equipment or that whatever it is that you're trying to buy, the product. And so you can't get it from any other source. So you're exempt from bidding because they're the only way you can get it. The professional services includes anyone with a professional license. So certified public accountant, registered engineer, attorney, physician, if we hired an expert or something like that for some reason. Those you don't have to bid them out to the lowest responsible bidder because they're operating under a professional license, and you can consider what their professional qualifications are, including their experience, where they went to school, qualitative stuff, not just the rate that they're going to charge you. So that's an exception as well. And our bidding process, we also have informal bidding. So formal bidding is, and I can't remember the numbers, that Tony probably remembers them better than I do, but for the very large contracts, we do formal bidding. And we announce the bid and people submit written bids, and it's analyzed by staff, and they bring back the lowest three, and the council has to obviously pick the lowest one.
City manager discretion, 25,000, anything above that, we could informal bidding. 5,000.
I think so, yeah.
Then we do the full on, bid RFQ, depending on the nature of the project.
And
Pretty soon you'll see
yeah,
that's like 5 million.
that's formal bidding for sure. The informal bidding is, again, it's mid-range contract. It's higher than what the city manager can spend on their own without coming to the council. And they get a few quotes, and bring it back and say, look, here are the quotes. So again, you're still shopping around, right, to get the best price. But it doesn't, because formal bidding is a lot of work. You have to prepare. I mean, it's a big binder, right? And the contract, all the specs and all that. Again, just to summarize there, it's illegal to award contracts based upon personal connections or loyalties. Has to be lowest responsible bidder in the case of bidding. And it's wise to be especially sensitive to public perception. Again, if you have a distant relative that's bidding, probably want to, even though you probably don't have to recuse yourself, you probably want to at least abstain. When you abstain, by the way, a lot of people don't know this, but when you abstain, because you don't leave the room, you're still count for the quorum. But you're counted as a yes vote. So if you're abstaining and yeah, it comes up sometimes and people are like, how did that pass with only 2 voted in favor? And there was 4 there, but 1 abstained. Because the one who abstained counts as they're basically consenting to move ahead with it is the theory behind it. But there's a AG opinion on that. And you could actually change that rule. You could change it if you wanted to create bylaws. That's just default rule. That meaning that's the baseline rule. If you don't change it, that's the one that applies. But you could always change it if you wanted to. Uh-huh.
Informal and formal bids, I think.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more. So on,
Company has up to 25K.
Co-
can have
d-
up to-
council, right?
Anything about that goes to an informal bid, what?
Right. Yeah, so the formal bid, it requires, it requires, a lot more formal paperwork. We have to go by the statutes that tell us to publish, that we have a big contract that we're advertising for. And so that's really what makes it formal, is that we have to publish it, and really prepare, really all the details. We call them specs or specifications of what we want for that project. And their formal specs are prepared by an engineer, they're stamped by the engineer and signed. And that's really what makes them formal. What makes it informal bidding is that he's just calling around saying, hey, do you guys offer this service, or do you sell these goods? Can you send us a quote? And that's it. So it's the process is less formal. And that's why we just put those labels on it as informal versus formal. And the dollar amounts, of course. We would never do something like that. Hey, do you guys build $5 million communities? You know, yeah. So that's why, it's because of the dollar amount, we take a little less formal process in it. Does that make sense?
Creation center is still informal or formal?
It would be formal based on the dollar amount. So if it's above approximately 125,000,
It's also because the nature of the project would require us to have, like, we try to bid, like, items, like say we need an HVAC system that's 5 tons. We may not say which brand or whatnot, but it needs to reach 5 tons and cool the space of 10,000 square feet or whatever it may be. That's when we usually have the engineers, they're the ones who prepare those bids. And for informal, actually, we have a good example.
So an example for informal, if you remember the printer quotes that we had at the last council meeting, we just had a couple specifications that we needed our vendors to meet. They provided our quotes, and then we just sent them over to city council to make their decision on based on that. That would be an informal bid. So
And they weren't necessarily like for like, more or less.
they were pretty similar based on. So we requested a couple of specifications, and they decided based on the equipment that they had. Nothing was like for like Tony mentioned, but it was as close to what they were able to match based on what we requested.
but yeah, Mayor.
Yeah, based on my experience with formal bids, it's crucial when not to disclose information like the elected official get during closed session. And then you talk to contractors who are bidding for the project, you know, it's not fair to talk to one contractor or disclose some information. Usually a formal bid, the contractor will have to pay a fee to get the scope of the project. And all of them will pay a fee to get the paperwork of the scope of the project. And then there's a meeting where everybody shows up, all the contractor, and they can ask questions, but you cannot talk individual just to each one of them and keep that in.
That's an excellent point. That's a very excellent point, because with the formal bidding, the bids, the other part about it is the bids are sealed and they're opened all on the same day. And the reason for that is exactly for what the mayor said, so that one contractor doesn't get an advantage over another. Everyone gets the same information, and they go and they have their estimators prepare a bid based on what they think is going to cost to get the materials and all the labor. They estimate it and they say, this is what we think we can do it for. Whereas with the informal, you can will and deal a little and say, hey, what if, yeah.
One last thing I'll say, they may have questions and they'll ask the engineers, and if it's a solid question or maybe there was enough clarification, they'll
Release.
send them,
Yeah.
saying, hey, there was a question regarding this, so everyone gets to see.
And there's a deadline. Everyone has the same deadline to get their sealed bid paper packet in. And if, you know, if they get it 1 minute late, sorry. It's part of the process. And then all the bids are publicly open at the same time so that everyone can see.
Announce how much.
Yeah. So yeah, those are other formalities that I forgot about, but yeah, those are also what make it more formal versus informal. So So I'll just close out by saying, best practices is think fairness and merit-based decision making when everything you do and everything that comes before you. Keep politics separate from relationships with agency staff. Being ethical means doing the right thing regardless of the personal cost to you is also important. Because sometimes you might have to make a decision that's not popular. But it's all about the ethics and the guiding principle. So I'm going to jump to the quiz now because we're running out of time here. And I'll run through them here. So if you can turn to that, number one, it says in politics and government, sometimes the ends justify the means in terms of using means that fall short of either legal or ethical standards. What do you guys think? Ends justify the means? False. This is page 8 in the self-study guide. If you want to write that down, you can refer to that. Number 2 on the quiz, financial interest disclosure forms, those are the Form 700s, are filed upon taking office annually and while in office, and then when one leaves office. That is true. We talked about that. There's 3 times when you're obligated to file Form 700. Number 3 on the self-assessment test, getting the job done for a public agency is more important than complying with government transparency laws. I think we all know that one's false. That one's on page 8. Number 4, disclosure requirements apply to campaign fundraising activities, but not other kinds of fundraising activities. That is false. We talked about the charitable fundraising, the behested payments. By the way, the materials I passed out to you, they're put out by an offshoot of the League of California Cities. It's called the Institute for Local Government. These are online as well, and these are used by a lot of government agencies for this training. So again, some of it's relevant to some bodies and not others. Number 5, the act of forwarding an email by an elected official can be a violation of the open meeting laws, the Brown Act. That is true, correct. And that's page 4, if you want to look at that answer. Under some circumstances, if a decision maker prejudges a matter, the decision maker could be disqualified from participating in the decision. That is true. That's on page 5 if you want to look at that. Number 7, an effective and lawful strategy for decision makers at public hearings is to communicate one's disdain for a speaker's position and simply not paying attention to what the speaker is saying. We know that's false. That's on page 6 if you want to look at that. Number 8, office holders may not hold offices that would subject them to conflicting loyalties. We talked about that. That's on page 6. The answer is true. That's what we call incompatible offices. Number 9, awarding agency contracts based upon personal connections and loyalties is considered an accepted practice for public agencies. What do you think? False. Page 6 of the study materials. Number 10, an official is wise to be especially sensitive to public perceptions when issues, employment or otherwise, arise at one's agency relating to family members. We talked about relatives and public perception. So yeah, be sensitive. True. That's page 7. Number 11, the objective of competitive bidding processes for public contracts is to promote equal opportunities to compete for government contracts and to try to assure the public that the work is performed at a competitive price. So that's 2 important reasons for it. That's true. That's on page 6 if you want to read up on it. Number 12, in resolving an ethical dilemma, one can take the personal cost of doing the right thing into account and still claim to have made an ethical decision. This is on page 8. If you want to look at the study materials, this is false. You must comply with the law regardless of the personal costs because the law sets the minimum standard. So, number 13, government transparency laws are designed to promote public trust because the public tends to trust processes that they can observe and be a part of. That's true. That's page 2 of the self-study guide materials. This one's a little tricky, number 14. A public agency must allow the opportunity for public comment before an item is taken up by the decision-making body. It's actually on page 4. It's actually a half truth. Yes, that's true, but the materials say it's actually false because they say it's before or during that agenda item. And the question just talks about before. So yeah, you must do public comment. You must afford public comment either before you make the decision or while you have that item up for discussion. Or you can do both at both times. So the last question here, number 15, a safe assumption is virtually all documents a public agency has, including electronic documents, are public records subject to disclosure. This is true. It's page 5 of the study materials. So that's basically it. We're a few minutes over, but I think we started a few minutes late. Any questions on that? And again, nobody's expected to memorize all of this, just spot the issue. People can help you and answer the question at City Hall. And if necessary, reach out to me for that. So thank you for your time. So here's the time.
Any other planning commissioners? I'll sign it.
Of the city council success agency are entitled to receive a total of $450 per month because of being elected to the city council. They receive no other compensation for sitting as a member of successor agency.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go into item number 3, which is public comments, announcements, and unscheduled appearances. There's also another statement. Would you also please read it?
Agenda or on any other items of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council successor agency. State law prohibits any member of the council agency from commenting or acting on matters not on the agenda. 3 minutes are allowed per person.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, council. I am talking, my comment, is about the SRO agreement, which I think is number 8, old business. And just kind of, what had happened at the school board meeting, which were, in reference to this. So I just wanted to, share that as a citizen of Avenal and with a parent, here in the school district. I was very, frustrated that there wasn't really a good discussion about the SRO agreement. And that the way that it was presented by the school board was very terrible in the way that it focused on just one deputy and its impact. And I understand that that is part of the issue, but the whole contract was not really talked about in terms of what it was, what it proposed to do. In terms of bringing more safety to the entire school district, not just one location. On top of that, because it wasn't very well stated, it did make our police department look bad in the public comment that was done there. In addition to our staff kind of trying to be yelled at, our city people. And for me, what that really brings out is that there's a lack of communication between these two entities. Because they do have a new, a majority board there. There's also new board members here. I really hope that in the future, that there's a possibility of you guys working together. I know a year or 2 ago, there was a possibility of building a new city hall together. And so there was some joint meetings, some public joint meetings. And so I think that'd be good to bring that up, especially because the past and the future of the city has always been tied with the school district and with the city. When there's more houses, there's more funding for the school district because there's more people here, and the use of the parks of the city, the rec hall, all those things are interconnected, and so we need the city and the school district to really work well together and to really help plot out the future of our town and make it better, especially in terms of having it have a lot of safety. My worry and more personal thing connected to the SRO is that the sheriff's department is going to be used by INS and by other forces to try to deport people. And I know that that's hopefully not what's going to happen, but with a lot of the stuff coming from Washington, that is one of my worries. And my child who's in the school district is a citizen, but I know that there are some people here who are not. And so that is one of my worries. But that's outside of that. I do still want the school district and the city hall to work together. To help build a better city, especially if with rec stuff that we do, soccer leagues, baseball leagues, all those things that the city really needs. A lot of the field that people use, the baseball field that's right next to the park, it's all school district side, and so being able to work that together, I think would be a great thing for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do you have any other comments in public or online? On public, good.
Apologize, I didn't fill your form out, but I can't go without saying something. I served on the Hanford High School Board for 8 years. One of the biggest things we did was bought 143 acres, put a nurses facility and a police academy in at COS. We didn't do that with Hanford High money. We did that with the city of Hanford money. We did it with high school money, and we did it with COS money. How this gentleman just spoke, I have to say this. The foundations for the city are your education, your police department, your councils, your fire departments. But their money that they get through grants is oftentimes different than the money than you get. I'm gonna give you a quick example that hopefully lets you open the door to more communication. When I was board president, twice a year, we would meet with the city council. We found that they had money for parks and recreation that they really couldn't spend because they didn't have development yet. They gave it to us. We put the sports complex in at the high school. We did an MOU with them so the kids could use our facility, the same parking lot that sits vacant, and they could use our facility to come on the weekends during the summer for tournaments. And we would keep the grounds green and wet. They gave us some money to put it in. We sustained it. COS had money for a library. We had no money for a library. Why have two libraries? A campus that needed a library at night needs a library during the day. We built a campus library that sat in the middle of the campus. COS would use it at night. We use it in the day. The focus was to hopefully save the district some money, but to do something we couldn't do by ourselves. Sierra Pacific High School sits with 3 entities involved, but history has a way of depleting as people go away. And I stood up a couple times recently to talk about this with the current city council. So they hope it, I hopefully in Hanford, they can do the same thing. Every group, and I was president of the school board. You have to understand they have a brand new board, which I understand new boards. Because I represented at the state school board level for 8 years under Pete Wilson, this entire valley. And so I understand, but I love small. I came from small and I've been in a small district, but the partnerships that evolved from you guys just meeting and putting an agenda together with Mr. Lopez and Mr. Ruiz and build it'll be a collaborative. And what we would do is we would move one meeting, so it didn't look like we were sponsored of the city. One would be at the city and then one would be at the high school. And we did that for the 8 years I was on the board, and the outcome is a police academy and a nurses academy that we would have never had, and a college in Hanford. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for your comments. Do we have any other public comments? Person? Nada.
Looking online, it seems there's only Kings County Behavioral Health staff, our consultants, and I don't know if on Facebook there are any comments. Sure. Seems that there are no comments. I think we're good to proceed, Mayor.
So this time we'll take also the opportunity to consider recognizing Senior Officer Miguel Garcia as the recipient of the 2024 Avenal Police Department Courage to Lead Award. And I believe Chief Velasco will present this award.
Good evening, Honorable Council, Mayor, City Manager. The Avenal Police Department is proud to recognize Senior Officer Miguel Garcia as a recipient of the 2024 Avenal Police Department Courage to Lead Award. This prestigious award, first established on November 12, 2010, was initially created to honor the courage and leadership of the Avenal City Council and their unwavering commitment to the safety of the residents of Avenal. Since its inception, the award has symbolized the values of courage, leadership, dedication required to serve and protect our community. Senior Officer Garcia exemplifies these qualities in every aspect of his service. In addition to his outstanding service as a police officer, Senior Officer Garcia is a field training officer, a role that requires exceptional leadership, patience, and dedication. As an FTO, he has played a pivotal role in mentoring and training new officers, ensuring they are well prepared to uphold the department's high standards. His commitment to developing future generations of officers reflects his dedication to the department and the community he serves. Senior Officer Garcia's actions consistently reflect the highest standards of professionalism and a deep commitment to the safety and well-being of the people of Avenal. His unwavering dedication to the principles of community policing and his willingness to lead by example make him a deserving recipient of this year's Courage to Lead Award. This recognition reaffirms the department's commitment to highlighting individuals who uphold the ideals of courage and leadership that this award represents. And with that, I hope you consider recognizing him.
Of course. Of course.
Present Miguel with a here.
Oh, nice.
Congratulations, Miguel. You earned it.
Oh, really? Grab my purple pen.
Special one.
Worth it.
Offered, police department, where his name will be etched along with the other recipients in 2010.
Plus some other stuff here. You want to get up? Admiration. Okay.
I know, not in the picture.
Why we hired a bunch of staff, right?
All right.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Good work.
Congratulations again. So with that, we'll close public comments and move over to the next item on the agenda, and that is item number 4, and that is consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are routine and approved only for one motion or enacted by one. So I believe we have 2, 4, 6, 7 items. Are there any questions? If not, is there a motion to consider approving the consent calendar as presented?
I like to pull item B, D, E, and F. Move B to the old business and move D, E, and F to new business. And G, I like to pull it completely and table it for about a month so we can look into this further. All these other policies and procedures that are trying to be implemented a little further. I think we need to look into them and research them a little bit better.
So unless, legal counsel will be appropriate to do with this matter.
So, with regard to the items pulled, they should be considered separately. And then go, one by one. The tabling on G would require a vote.
And, um,
But, I guess A and C are still there, right? Those aren't pulled, so you can consider those collectively.
Yeah. That would be good.
And B, D, and E, he's tabling them?
No, I'm moving B to old business
Oh,
and C,
okay.
D, E, D, E, and F to new business. And G table it all completely for about a month, so we could look further into these policies and procedures that are finally being implemented.
So really just a motion on A and C.
I'll motion to, for A and C, for the minutes of January 9th.
Mm.
And approve the expenditure for the repairs, the pump.
so we have a motion by, Mayor Pro Tem, Leticia. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Verdugo. Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes. So motion passes. With that, we'll go into item number 5, which is mayor and council members, assessor agency items for considerations, and we have none.
Just for clarification, since we are pulling the rest of those items to be considered individually, when would we like to consider them after the reports?
Yeah.
So we can have all the presentations and then we'll go into it. Very good.
Can you keep track of that?
Yeah, once we finish with behavioral health, we can go into that.
Thank you. So now we'll move over into item number 6, and that is activity report and a special presentation. And we do have a 6A Police Department activity report present. Chief of Police, Cecilia Velasco.
Good evening again, honorable council and mayor, city manager. Regarding organizational priorities. This month's report it's gonna encompass all the way from our October was our last chief's report, so it's gonna encompass some activities we did in November, December, and up to this month here. Acting captains, Roldan de Leon and Edward Rich continue to embrace their leadership roles, demonstrating their ability to guide officers effectively while recognizing the value of formal training to complement their team's practical experience. Their focus on mentorship and operational readiness is driving positive progress within the department. We are engaging in consistent evaluations of departmental priorities to anticipate challenges and proactively address areas such as training and operations. These discussions allow us to identify opportunities for improvement and implement strategies that enhance service delivery and operational efficiency. Clear expectations for first-line supervisors have been outlined to ensure alignment with the department's policies and uphold the high standard of accountability and service. These expectations cover operational responsibilities, maintaining professionalism, demonstrating tactful leadership, fostering a culture of respect for human life and mutual respect, and striving for excellence in all aspects of their roles. Tonight, we are proud to honor Senior Officer Miguel Gracida with the 2024 Courage to Lead Award, celebrating his exemplary leadership and steadfast dedication to the Avenal community. His contributions exemplify the core values of our department and inspire those around him. Record Supervisor Administrative Assistant Guadalupe Celes will be attending post-certified records management and supervisory training next week. This training will enhance her expertise and further strengthen the department's ability to efficiently manage records and provide critical administrative support. Regarding recruitment and retention, we're recruiting and retaining the best. We are actively recruiting for police officer 1 and 2, although those positions are almost filled, and police sergeant positions in order to expand our team and ensure the department remains well equipped to serve the community effectively. Officer Morillon has completed field training officer the field training officer program and is transitioned to serving to a solo officer. Meanwhile, Officer Miranda is progressing steadily through her FTO training, and if all continues to go well, is on track to graduate from the program in the near future. Tomorrow, we are proud to see 3 recruits graduating from Tulare Kings Police Academy wearing our department uniform as they officially join our ranks. Additionally, we are in the final stages of hiring an experienced officer who has successfully completed the background process. We are also in discussion with another experienced candidate whose familiarity with our community could be a valuable asset. Part-time property and evidence officer Erica Martinez has consistently demonstrated her commitment and value to the department. Based on her dedication and contributions, we are recommending this evening that her role be transitioned to a full-time position to better meet the needs of the department and community. Officer Jordi Gafan recently completed Range Master School and is now serving as our department's new Range Master. This addition strengthens our department's training capabilities and ensures our officers have access to the highest standards of firearms training and safety protocols. Our agency continues to effectively utilize social media platforms to enhance outreach and engagement with the public. By showcasing our department's activities, achievements, and values, we have successfully made it a compelling avenue to attract talented individuals to join our team. As a matter of fact, I just received another application from another potential recruit at the academy who's showing interest in our agency. Now, that's very rare because typically agencies will pay their cadets to go to the academy, and we didn't have to do that. We were able to time it correctly, recruit the proper individuals, and they remained with us throughout the process and are proud to be wearing our uniform tomorrow. Regarding the international model of community trust, our officers and professional staff remain committed to building trust and strengthening bonds with the community through meaningful interactions and participation in local events. This past season, our department actively took part in Trunk or Treat, Operation Gobble, Santa on Patrol, the Derrick Tree Lighting, and the Christmas Parade. In the days leading up to Christmas, patrol officers spread holiday cheer by gifting leftover toys to the children of Avenal. Additionally, the chief shared a heartfelt letter of gratitude reaffirming the department's commitment to excellence and the high standards of service with the Avenal community. Last week, the chief and the staff held a planning meeting to outline community events for the upcoming year, aiming to deepen our engagement with our residents. Planned events included block parties, coffee with the cop, kids cop and ice cream, paletas with the cop, a Valentine's teddy bear drive, and many others. As a matter of fact, we've already started our teddy bear drives for Valentine's Day. These initiatives reflect our ongoing commitment to fostering strong relationships and creative, positive, memorable experiences for our community. We are currently restructuring our organizational chart to establish the new community service unit, which will be overseen by the administrative captain. This unit will include the community service officer, explorer advisors, explorers, and the newly renamed community engagement team, formerly known as the community response team. The restructuring aims to improve coordination and amplify community outreach efforts. Our anti-bullying, anti-gang, and anti-drug campaign is set to launch once our grant implementation is fully underway. In preparation, we are diligently working on essential components, including the development of evaluation forms, tracking mechanisms, and an updated grant organizational chart and comprehensive grant policies. Among the safest cities in America, our proactive efforts to address violence in the community are yielding promising results. By strategically relocating patrol resources and refining deployment practices, we have achieved a noticeable decrease in crime. These adjustments are helping us respond more effectively to community needs and maintain public safety. With the addition of new staff, we are preparing to launch our detective unit under the leadership of the administrative captain. This development represents a significant milestone for our department, allowing us to focus on in-depth investigations, enhance case resolution rates, and better address complex or serious crimes. A property and evidence officer will also be attached to the unit as a technician responsible for cataloging and collecting evidence. This officer will receive specialized training to support the unit's investigative efforts and to ensure the proper handling and preservation of evidence, further strengthening our investigative capabilities. Grant funding continues to play a critical role in supporting our department's mission. We are pursuing a modification of one of our current grants, which will further enhance our ability to combat crimes and foster trust within the community. Additionally, we remain committed to identifying and applying for new grant opportunities to address gaps in staffing, improve retention, support training, and acquire essential resources such as technology, vehicles, case management software, and other tools that are essential to the operational efficiency and effectiveness. Embracing wellness among our employees. Our department continues to prioritize initiatives that foster unity and morale among the team. This past holiday season, we hosted a Christmas gift exchange party as a way to bring staff together, strengthen connections, and express his gratitude for their hard work and dedication. The event was personally funded by the chief, reflecting the genuine commitment to the team and the department's values. Staff joyously exchanged gifts, shared laughs, and enjoyed a sense of camaraderie that was both uplifting and memorable. As part of the celebration, he provided a giveaway with prizes, including a new television, a red dot rifle sight, and a $100 gift card. These efforts were not about recognition or self-promotion, but about creating a meaningful opportunity to connect with staff, express gratitude, share my vision, and foster a stronger sense of unity with the department. And I'm only saying that because it's important for leaders to gather a team and give them incentive to show up without costing the city overtime. And that's what happened. We were able to bring the whole team together, all but one, and he wanted to be there. He was in training. He actually called us during the event. But there was a chance to buy something that money can't buy, which is an opportunity for me to give him some inspiration and give him some guidance and give him my vision and get some buy-in. And I think we were successful in doing it. And for that, I think the team is more united than ever. And has strengthened their commitment to excellence. Through strategic planning and ongoing effort, our department has made meaningful strides in enhancing both operations and morale. The chief's initiatives are part of a larger commitment to fostering teamwork and mutual respect, ensuring the department is aligned with its mission of excellence. By prioritizing officer wellness and creating a supportive working environment. These efforts empower officers to perform their duties with greater focus, resilience, and professionalism. This in turn translates to improved interactions with the community and a higher standard of service. As you can see, our stats for 2024, they pretty much remain steadily, and we're on track with the January, although our January call for service are probably going to be a little bit low, and possibly could be due to the cold weather. That's and to the, of course, to the visibility and the productivity of the officer. I've included the part one crimes so you can see for the past 6 years, and part one crimes are really benchmark crimes that we use in order to see if crime is increasing or decreasing, and it includes property crimes and violent crimes. And we have significantly lowered in the last 6 years. Property crimes this year has been the lowest of any previous year, except for burglaries, which pretty much stayed even, and a little bit of an increase from 2019 and 2021. But you have to consider that those times are around the times that we were going into the COVID area, so those numbers may be a little bit off. So that's why I wanted to go 6 years back. We may have to go a little bit further back to just really get an actual, maybe 10 years back to see to get a real clear vision of where we're at. But it looks like we're making some progress. The violent crimes, we actually our assaults are lower than 2019. However, there was an uptick this year by a little over 15%. And but if we look at robbery, lower than any year, and if we look at as ugly as and I was a sexual assault investigator for many years, rape is significantly down, and Of course, we did not have any homicides last year. And I'm happy to report that the cases that we did receive in our jurisdiction were handled all by the Avenal Police Department. And we did work with other agencies as far as providing them information regarding our cases. But as far as any investigation we had that required any sort of complex investigation, we handled those this past year, and we're going to continue to do that. And that is my report. I just want to add, I did attend school board meeting last week, and I'm not going to talk too long about it, but I just want to correct something because in being in attendance there, I don't think it was some things were said about the state of the police department at the Avenal, for the city of Avenal, and I believe those statements were inaccurate and it could have changed the public perception, and I don't want any confusion. You know, I'm sitting here talking to you, facing you, but I'm really talking to my community and my police officers because those statements that were made are not an accurate depiction of the current state of the police department. As a matter of fact, you know, they're way opposite. They're way off of left field, and I just want to tell you, I heard a comment there that they said they felt sorry for me. And they said that that I must feel shame or embarrassed. And I've never felt that here. As a matter of fact, I'm full of pride and I'm honored to see the progress that we're making. And I can't think of another place I'd rather be than Avenal. And it's been a home to me, and we're going to continue moving forward. I want the public to know that I'm going to do my best to ensure that they have the professional police department with men and women that are committed to serving the community with compassion, with empathy, and the sanctity of human life. And we're continuing to make progress, and tomorrow is a big part of that. And I want to thank everybody who's been a supporter, and that's all I have to say in regards to that. I don't want to speak negatively about anyone else, because that's just not me. I choose to take the high road and be a professional.
Chief, I do have a question though regarding your report. It looks like you mentioned now we're investigating our own homicides in the city, within the city. So you didn't mention anything about Royal Flush. I believe there was some investigation with different agencies out of the city control. But that was regarding also an homicide that happened. Can you, just for transparency and for the public, transparency, so they can know what happened there, how it was or when did it happen, or when did the investigation started, and how did it evolve to what it happened?
I can't talk too much about the case because it's still an ongoing case.
Mm.
The only thing I can say is that the incident occurred in 2023. And at that time, the Avenal Police Department was not in a position to take on that case, and reached out to our neighboring agency, the Kings County Sheriff's Department, to assist with that investigation. And that's typical when there is a shortage of staffing, a significant shortage of staffing. And so they did investigate that, but I also want the community to know that we did help in that investigation tremendously, and we're still helping. And we're still, as a matter of fact, I was in communication with the DA's office regarding that case. That's why I don't want to talk too much about the particulars, but I will say that I'm very appreciative for that help at that time from the Sheriff's Department. I have nothing against them, and although somebody may have tried to paint a picture that I wanted to get them out of the schools, that's not the case at all. Okay, I just wanted to provide a full service for the city of Avenal. And so, in essence, I think somebody was trying to paint a different perception of that. And I think my exact words were, I have nothing against the Sheriff's Department. They're actually my friends. And so, and I'm still, I still have a lot of, friendship with a good relationship with the sheriff, and an open line of communication. And, I think it's just, this is just business and it's also, wanting to provide that full service. And so I think, I appreciate their help for helping us with that case last year. And, but I do want the community to know that we also assisted with that, investigation. We were a part of it. The lines of communication could have been better. But, like I said, I'm not here to talk negatively about anyone. I just want to make sure that the community knows exactly what's going on.
And that was the intent of the question for transparency, so the community is aware of, what happened and how things sometimes evolve and change the perception of what is really happening. So, with that, I also just publicly, I would like to also mention that I was there at the meeting, and I publicly also would like to deny all those false accusations made to the Avenal PD. And the Avenal PD actually do have my trust and confidence that they're doing the best for our community. And just rebuting those accusations that to me they were not properly engaged. Thank you. Any other questions for Chief about his report?
No.
No?
No, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chief. With that, we'll go into item 6.2, and that is Community Development and Activity Report by Kelsey and George.
I believe she is online. Ready, Kelsey? Oh, you're muted. There we go.
How about now?
We can
Perfect.
hear you.
Great. Hi, Mayor and City Council. Happy
Mm.
New Year. It's been a couple of months since I've delivered a activity report. If it's okay, I'm going to share my screen. Do I have the ability to do that?
Give us a second, Kelsey.
Yep, no worries. Oh, I have it now. I think I can take over. So there's a few things that may be repeats from the previous months because some time has lapsed. There's some things that were in process in October that are finally finished. So I'll be touching on some of those and then going over a couple of updates that have come from the zoning ordinance update that was adopted late last year. So responses to miscellaneous public and staff inquiries. A few inquiries have come in these last couple of months, including the potential for establishing a community garden. I've also been working with Angie on issuing some or looking into some code enforcement things as they pertain to storage and zoning code violations. Angie and Jeanette in building and I also met and did some goal setting from the year, and that was a really fun exercise. And I kind of just want to give a shout out to the city and the community development department because they are consistently incredible to work with and they really are so resourceful and they make a lot happen with very little. So we're super excited for this year and we definitely I'll probably have a more rounded out update on what comes from that goal setting meeting at next month's city council, but we're definitely interested in prioritizing more outreach to the community and making them more aware of kind of what's happening in community development. A conditional use permit was approved for a second dwelling unit or an ADU. That happened, I think, in November. That one was only being reviewed for compliance with the design and development standards. We also have continual and ongoing coordination regarding the Kings County and Fresno County boundary change. I've prepared kind of a step-by-step work program for seeing that one through. So right now, it's really just a matter of chipping away at all of the steps and setting meetings with the right people and getting everyone on board. So again, more info likely on that one next month.
Hey, Kelsey, are you moving through the slides?
Nope. On my screen, it's moving through.
Oh, we only see the title one.
Let's try it again here. Are you seeing the planning updates one now?
Yes.
Okay, there it goes. Okay. So nobody missed much on the slides. This is kind of just an agenda slide right now. So moving on to number 4 with the Kings County multi-jurisdictional housing element. So the city has officially received its first comment letter from HCD, which is the Department of Housing and Community Development. The comment letter is 13 pages long, but that is not uncommon for the first draft and not unlike what the other jurisdictions received. There are some comments on local knowledge, so I do expect that the city's consultant to be leaning more on city staff a little bit more just to address those comments and make sure that the document reflects city-specific issues and to make sure it's not too generic and it really addresses the housing needs for Avenal. I also anticipate that there will be a bit more public outreach required for the housing element. So I'll make sure to work with the consultant and the city on that just to make sure there's adequate notice and we're reaching people and making sure that they're aware of any and all upcoming outreach efforts. Number 5 is 7th Avenue General Plan Amendment and Rezone. So we're currently processing an application for a general plan amendment. There was a new state law that requires a 20-day notice in the paper for planning commission items as they relate to zone changes and permitted uses on land. So, and the planning commission has to make a recommendation to city council. So that's pushed us out just a little bit, but we're anticipating on taking this before the commission in early March, and then it will come before the council hopefully in late March. That's what we're targeting right now. And then finally, the zoning and subdivision ordinance is officially in effect. I know we talked about that and touched on it a few different times towards the end of last year. There were several changes, but I want to highlight 2 of those changes this evening. We have application procedure guides for backyard chickens and mobile vendors or food trucks. So backyard chickens are now permitted in all residential zone districts. They are subject to a home occupation and annual inspection. And we have a process and procedure packet prepared, and I'm going to go through that in just a moment. Similarly, food trucks are now permitted in R2 and R3, which are the higher density residential zone districts, and then all other non-residential zone districts. So that includes commercial and industrial, public facilities, and things like that. For food trucks, it requires an administrative use permit or an AUP. And so it's an application procedure and it does have findings that have to be made. It's excuse me, it's pretty generic. We tried to keep it simple, but we wanted to retain a little bit of control just in case that the food trucks did become a problem or a nuisance in any way. And again, we have a process and procedure packet for those. So I'm going to go through those packets and they are live. I believe that the department has issued 1 packet for food trucks already. None have been approved yet, but this is dynamic. So these applications and these materials, they can change. We can make changes if we find certain things aren't working the way that we want them to work. So please keep that in mind if you're noticing food trucks and backyard chickens and have comments and things, we can definitely address those at a council meeting and see how we can revise these materials. So just kind of quickly going through these packets for the backyard chickens, we really wanted to make it simple. We wanted to make it easy to understand. And so we have interested in keeping backyard chickens, the city of Avenal is excited to support its residents in keeping chickens responsibly. So the first step is understanding the requirements. So we navigate people over to chapter 9.60.080, just so they can read the municipal code requirements. And then the second step is to fill out the uniform application form, which we hyperlink right into this packet. We give them the instruction to select the home occupation permit and then to provide all of the required details to avoid delays, specifically the number of chickens they plan on keeping and the coop dimensions. And we want to make sure that those coop dimensions do comply with the code. So the chapter 9.60 portion of the code outlines what those dimensions are. The third step would be to schedule a city inspection. And this is just so somebody can go out there in real time and make sure that the coop and the chickens are to city standards before it becomes problematic in any way. And then step 4 is to obtain final approval. So once the application has been submitted, once the city has conducted an in-person inspection, the city manager or his designee will provide final sign-off and then chickens are permitted. From there, there will be some tracking system to do annual inspections just to ensure that the coops are sanitary, they're being taken care of, they're predator proof, and they comply with the code. So the second page of that packet is just kind of a frequently asked questions section, and then a quick little flow chart on the steps involved. So we have how many chickens can I have? Are roosters allowed? How do I predator proof my coop? And how do I keep track of annual inspections? So a short kind of consolidated guide to getting folks their backyard chickens. Before I move on to food trucks, are there any questions on that?
I have one.
Go ahead.
You say that there's a yearly inspection, but can the city itself inspect it more than once without letting the residents know that they're coming in to inspect?
So I think so the city's code enforcement can go in anytime if there is a reported issue. So if your neighbor has chickens and you think there's a rooster because you keep hearing the coo, because roosters are prohibited, you can only have chickens. You can call the city and say, hey, there's something going on with this coop, check it out. And those kinds of check-ins can happen prior to the annual inspection.
So without notice, the code enforcement officer can go into a residence to inspect that without notice.
They can't enter the property illegally,
Yeah.
but they can be called, like, we don't need to issue like a letter or give them 7 days. We can just like
So
say,
they-
hey, we're being told this, what's going on?
So they can show up uninspectedly and inspect the. And let the residents know that they're coming in for inspection.
They can say that they've gotten a call, a complaint regarding their coop and they need to inspect.
All right.
Any other questions? No more questions. Continue, please.
Thank you. So moving on to food trucks. So this one is 4 pages long. It's a little bit more involved and we have a little bit more criteria for these. But we did it again, with the intention of trying to make it easier and user friendly. We did it in a checklist format. And so right up front, we have everything that's going to be required. All of the requirements are either linked into this application packet or contained within the application packet. So it's not a matter of fishing around on the city's website for all of the materials needed. It can all be found within this packet. So we have, again, just the mobile vending compliance. You have to comply with the applicable section of the code, and you just check, I understand and acknowledge, or not applicable for any items not applicable. An approved administrative use permit is required, and in accordance with the adopted ordinance of Kings County, all mobile food preparation vehicles must apply for those appropriate permits as well. So just putting right up front that the city's permit is not the end all be all. You still do need to get the adequate approvals from the county. And then the second page is the operational criteria and requirements. So again, just in checklist form, I understand and acknowledge, or it's not applicable. Um, and this the operational requirements are really for public health and safety. Things like the proposed mobile vendor must not park or operate in a manner that restricts access to the public right of way or the adjacent properties. You can't park your food truck in front of a drive approach or block a sidewalk or block somebody's front door and things like that. Um, and this is another reason why we chose to do it through the AUP process. So that way, if we find that somebody is not in compliance with these regulations, we have a method to revoke it if we find that they're not being a good neighbor. Like we, so we retain that power. We don't have to revoke it. We can absolutely say, hey, we're getting complaints and we really need you to be in compliance with your approved administrative use permit. And then if they're a repeat offender, we can revoke it. But that's really why we wanted to do the AUP, just to make sure we had some method to make sure that they maintain their compliance with the code. And then towards the bottom of this page is the application submittal materials. And again, just checklist, they submitted it or it's not applicable. So they need the uniform application, any applicable Kings County permits, vehicle insurance for general liability, and a seller's permit. And then we link the information to the seller's permit there. We're also requesting a property owner consent form for any mobile vendors who are not vending on their own property. So if they wanted to set up a food truck in a parking lot of a different business, they are required to provide property owner consent, which is just a signature acknowledging that the mobile vendor is allowed to be there. We're going to require an operational statement, which is just a written description, 2 or 3 sentences describing the nature of the business, hours of operation, how many employees, how they plan on addressing like waste management and things like that. And then we're also going to require a site plan. And the site plan does not need to be an engineered site plan. It can be a simple hand-drawn plot plan on a Google Map aerial or something. We just want to see the site in relation to the food truck. So where is the food truck going to be parked in relation to any existing buildings, any existing drive approaches, so on and so forth. But we're not requiring full-on engineered, stamp, signed plans. It can be a very simple drawing, just giving us an idea of how they intend to operate. And then we include kind of the disclaimer that failure to comply may result in the revocation of the mobile vending permit. And the final page is just that property owner consent. So kind of what I alluded to earlier, it's pretty simple. They just print their name and address and list the name of the mobile vendor that's allowed to operate there and sign and date it. And that's the end of that application. Are there any questions for that one?
Any questions for the food vendor, mobile? Is that a kind of normal what you seen in other communities, other cities, counties?
Yes. Yeah, so the benefit of the administrative use permit is that it is processed and approved at the staff level. So it does streamline approvals. It doesn't have to go to public hearing or anything. But again, it still gives the city a mechanism to provide conditions or impose additional requirements depending on the site and the use, and a mechanism to revoke if it's not working where it's at.
And the intent is also to make it a business-friendly atmosphere application process, right?
Yes, yes. So streamlining it, approving it at the staff level, kind of eliminating any unnecessary red tape or unnecessary permits and things like that, allowing it in most zone districts. So really being able to provide different options, both for the community, but also for business owners and entrepreneurs.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I have one.
You, one more
This,
question?
filing fee, can it be increased at any time by the city? Right?
So the fees are set forth in the fee schedule. So we used an existing fee on the fee schedule. So when the fee schedule gets updated, the administrative fees can be updated at that time.
Where are the fee schedules, found, or where we get them from?
The fee schedules are on the city's website and they are established through it's a fee schedule update and nexus study. So the city has to do a study kind of justifying the fee, showing how much can be charged. And that's mainly for impact fees and things like that. There could be a standard like inflation or cost of living increase built into it, but fees are approved through resolution by the city council, I believe. I don't think we can just arbitrarily increase fees without due process.
Yeah, and just for clarification, annually when we approve or when the council approves the budget, we do present the fee schedule. And for the past 2 or at least 3 years, there's not been no changes to the fee schedule, just to help alleviate at least that kind of burden on the community.
And just one quick thing to point out with the backyard chickens. So there's the initial fee for the home occupation, but then the annual inspection that the city has to do does carry an additional $50 inspection fee. And that's simply just to cover staff's time. So we tried to keep it as low as possible just to cover staff's time, because if staff has to track it and go inspect it annually for every house, their time needs to be accounted for.
Okay, any other questions? No? Continue, please.
That completes my presentation tonight.
Going back to, I have another question, going back to the city's annexation with Fresno County. You did mention next, it's rolling, it's moving forward, but just a time frame. Do you estimate, seeing that you have to go through Kings County LAFCO, Fresno County LAFCO, and the whole process? Do you know time frame? How much are we looking at?
So I think it's going to vary highly depending on the CEQA approach, or the California Environmental Quality Act approach that we're able to get by with. So it's a little bit tricky because it's kind of a two-tiered process. Before it can be annexed into the city, the county boundary line has to change between Kings and Fresno counties, which means that even though Fresno County, Kings County, and the city would all be responsible parties, Kings County is actually going to be the lead agency for the CEQA document, because until the land is, until there's an application for annexation, it's just a boundary change between the counties. So we have to make sure that we can kind of justify our CEQA approach. And there's a couple different approaches that we can take. Some are a little bit more stringent than others, but we want to we want to present, and we're working on setting a meeting with Kings County, but we're working on the path of least resistance to streamline it. But it's going to be their CEQA document, and they're the ones that have to ultimately approve it. So they might not agree, which all of that to say, that's really what's going to drive the timeline. Once excuse me, once we get going with that boundary change, it is a fairly straightforward process, just because the property is relatively uninhabited. There's very little development in the area. So we get to bypass a lot of steps. It's also considered a minor boundary change, which cuts the process in half, but it is subject to CEQA. So it is a project under CEQA. It has to comply with all of those provisions, and So all of that to say, CEQA in itself could be anywhere from 2 to 3 months to a year and a half. So we're obviously hoping for the faster timeline, but it's getting a lot of cooks all together in one kitchen and playing well together all at the same time.
Okay, well, are there any other questions regarding the presentation report? Seems like we're moving forward and appreciate that report. And I will be looking to the next one.
Great.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you.
Good job.
With that, we'll go over into item number 3, and that is economic development and grant writing report. And I believe we have Emily.
Yes, I think she's ready to present, if I'm not mistaken.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year to you all. I know it's been a while. So as we begin 2025, the California State Legislature has kicked off its new 2-year session, which runs from 2025 to 2026. The legislative process is already in full swing, with numerous bills being introduced in both the Assembly and the Senate. At the federal level, the U.S. Congress has taken action to avoid a government shutdown. In December 2024, both the House and Senate passed a continuing resolution that extends federal funding through March 14th, 2025. The CR provides temporary funding at current levels while Congress continues to negotiate the fiscal year of 2025 federal budget. This extension is particularly important for maintaining essential services and programs that impact state and local governments, including here in California. It's important to note that if Congress does fail to pass a comprehensive funding bill or another CR by March 14th, 2025, there is still a risk of government shutdown. And this situation will require continued attention from both lawmakers and the public as the deadline approaches. But as always, we are at the forefront of keeping up to date with whether that will happen or not, so that we can be prepared if we do go into a government shutdown. Our team at CRISCOM is committed to ensuring the City of Avenal's priorities. In fact, today, members of our team met with the offices of Senator Hurtado and the newly elected Assembly Member Machado in Sacramento. And these discussions will focus on making sure that our priorities are at the forefront of the line for the 2025 district budget requests. As always, we track the bills most important for the city of Avenal to stay aware, and will provide updates in our Sacramento snapshot that is sent out bi-weekly. If there are any specific bills or topics that the city would like to monitor, please do not hesitate to let us know so we can add them to our list. For our economic development update, as always, we continue to contact various venues, from movie theaters to food establishments and clothing stores, anything that is of particular interest to the residents of the city of Avenal. While many of these companies have continuously stated that Avenal is not on their radar, we do understand that, you know, the economic climate does continuously change. And so we are able to successfully maneuver that and are always reaching back out, because although we might get a no at one time, the next time might be a yes, and which would be great for the city of Avenal. We have worked diligently with a handful of vendors, hoping Avenal will gain a national fast food chain and in turn spark interest in other businesses coming to Avenal. And as such, it is important now more than ever that the city show they are great business partners and eager to see new development within the city. A good majority of these fast food restaurants are franchises, which our team does know how to work with, contacting their franchise directors to see if any of their current franchisees would be willing to open a new location in Avenal. But we are also working directly with the city to help create interest with its citizens in becoming franchise owners to help with that possibility of bringing a business to Avenal. For our grant writing update, a member of the CRISCOM team does attend bi-weekly staff meetings to help administer current grants and keep the department heads aware of any potential grant funding opportunities that they might be interested in for any citywide projects. As the year starts, grants are continuously coming out the first half of the year. So our team is on it with an extensive list, reaching out to essential department heads such as the police chief, public works, as well as with the city manager to see if any of these grants would be of interest to help bring funding to the city. And that is our report. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Any questions for Emily? One real quick question. You mentioned the governor's budget, and I know the deficit. The good news is the deficit is being split into 2 years to absorb it in 2 years, so it doesn't hit communities hard or counties. But so by that, I know that there was extra funding available for some air districts and some different agencies. Do you see any benefit that will come to rural communities like Avenal because of that extra funding?
I believe they do, we do try to make sure that when that does happen, that we, really make sure our rural clients are at the forefront of that. I can certainly have John with our team kind of look deeper into that to see where they're at in funding rural communities in terms of all these whatever extra funding might be available.
Okay. Please keep an eye on that.
We'll keep an eye on it. I'll make note and I'll have John reach out to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
See no more questions. Thank you for your report, Emily.
Thank you very much.
And Happy New Year too. With that, we'll go into our next presentation. The item on the agenda, it's 6B, and that is a special presentation by Kings County Behavioral Health Community. And we're gonna get some updates. Mr. Lewis, welcome.
Tonight we're joined by some of our managers and staff who oversee our programs and providers. And also with us are a number of our representatives from our contracted providers who provide mental health and substance use disorder treatment as well as crisis services. We'll get more detail about each of these entities further in the presentation. However, each are here in case you have any further questions after the presentation. I'm going to take just a minute and allow them to introduce themselves.
Go ahead. Welcome. 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 Welcome.
With the California Health Africans Getting Rights Program.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Sarah Flores. I'm the program director for West Carolina.
Welcome. 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 Welcome.
Save it for last.
Welcome.
During the presentation, we'll present to you the goals that we discussed with you previously and give you an update on the progress made in 2024. And we'll conclude with the next steps for 2025, of which will have a question slide at the end, so you can ask any questions. We do have, let's see, we do have a slideshow. Okay, so that was slide 2 of slide 3. So, listed here are the goals, Commissioner Avenal previously reported on and have continued to work on. These goals include accessibility of services, and provider presence within the community and events, consistent and clear marketing and communication about services, visual signage and visible and real-time information, and community access to crisis services and clarity of lost services. We're pleased to say that we have completed 5 of these 6 goals, and with ongoing work to more fully complete goal 1, which is the full array of behavioral health services in the city of Avenal. I'd like to now hand it over to Christy Lefty, our Assistant Director of Behavioral Health, to walk you through all the details of each of them. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Councilmember Christy Lefty, the Director of King County Behavioral Health. I'll be walking you through the goals and what we've been able to do over the year of 2024, as well as at the end, it will be the next steps for the year of 2025 as we continue to maintain the goals that we've completed, as well as develop the additional work that needs to be done to complete most fully complete goal 1. So for goal 1, this is actually a few slides because we want to break out how we go about providing mental health services to both age groups of adults and youth, as well as prevention and treatment for mental health. We've also added this year substance use disorder treatment to the slides because while I know that initially our goal was to increase services for mental health, here in Avenal, we want to make sure that we are providing the full array of behavioral health services from prevention to treatment for substance use disorder and mental health. So you'll see those additions in this slideshow. So for goal 1, we'll start with prevention and early intervention for children and youth. This is provided through the contract provider of the California Health Collaborative, which does school-based mental health and substance use disorder prevention services. So they work with all of the schools to bring about really engaging services for students to get them engaged in what it means to be in prevention services for mental health and substance use disorder services. So what is mental health look like? How do I identify if I may need services or somebody around me needs services? How do I begin a discussion about it? And how do I essentially, because I'm Gen X, I'm just going to say, how do I essentially say no to drugs? Even though that's not necessarily the campaign that's done anymore. And so this is also done not only through the activities at the schools, but also California Health Collaborative hosts like family education programs to really talk with the families of the students, as well as doing activities for school staff and administrators. So next slide. And on that slide was both school sites that they are in and actively serving. So if you will, thank you for advancing the slides. So for children and youth mental health, just like you'll see for adult mental health, we break it down into 2 different service arrays. We have what's called recovery-oriented services, which is the traditional clinic-based services for those who can and do engage in services proactively. Then we also have what's called higher level care services, which is full service partnership services for youth, and then for adults, it's full service partnership and assertive community treatment, which is ACT, which is one of the acronyms that you heard tonight. So we break those out into 2 different programs, and they're provided by 2 different entities so that one can focus on the recovery oriented services population, which is the majority of individuals that we serve. But then those who need a higher level of care with more frequent visits in the field, services, they can then focus on that population, and it's not necessarily diluting the treatment staff. So initially, it's this full service partnership, so that's the high level of care service. This service is provided by Aspiranet. So these are children and youth who have engagement barriers. So they need more intensive and frequent and field-based services to be able to successfully engage in services. And so this is typically staff who have a smaller population so that they can provide those more intensive, more frequent field-based services. So they really don't do a lot of clinic-based services. It's primarily all in the field. So at the school sites, at the youth home, whatever location is most engaging and proactive for that youth, that's where they go. They also provide some telehealth services. And so in this instance, you'll see throughout these slides, I'll try to make note of like what the number of services were in the prior year when we were here in 2024 versus those that we serve here in 2025, because there's been an increase in all of the number of people that we've provided services to, the number of services we've provided to those individuals, and the number of outreach and engagement events that we provided here in the city of Avenal. And so for here, you'll see of the population that they have enrolled and are serving for the county as a whole, 12 youth are receiving services in Avenal, and that results in 806 total services that have been provided to those 12 youth. And in 2020, in our presentation last year, it was 6 youth totaling 194 services. Next slide. Yeah.
You counting services as each appointment that one person has?
Yeah.
So let's say they have 12 appointments.
Correct.
So what's the actual number?
Yeah.
Not the services, the total service. How many patients?
Yeah, it's 12. So 12, it was 6 clients that were served last year with 194 services in total that they all received. And thus far, it's 12 youth, or not thus far, but in 2024, it was 12 youth totaling 806 services. I think it's jumped over. I'm sorry, if you'll scroll back up.
Yeah, the second one.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that. So Kind Center is our recovery-oriented services program. So that is our primary access point. So if somebody's calling in and saying, my child needs services, or if they're 12 and older and they're seeking services for themselves, then they would be connected with our Kind Center. And so our Kind Center provides the traditional mental health-based services, although typically that's a clinic-based service. They, though, provide mostly field-based services. There are a lot of field-based services, especially those in outlying communities, so that individuals aren't necessarily always traveling into Hanford, rather they're traveling out to the communities where they're at. So they do provide most of their services here at the Avenal schools. Also, they work with the Family Education Center and also provide in the home services as well as telehealth services, you know, as requested by the youth or parents. So they did serve 49 Avenal youth in 2024. And I do not have, we converted an electronic health record in 23-24. And so we're still being able to pull data from that. So some of our providers were able to kind of manually collect the data, and the others were relying on the electronic health record, understandably, and we have not been able to pull all of those. So while we know how many youth we served in kind, we were not able to gather how many services that was. But I will say that in our February 2024 presentation, they served 34 youth, and so last year they served 49. So we're just seeing in all of the data that we've been able to pull from last year to this year, we've just seen an uptick in everything that we've done. Okay, moving forward. Thank you. And then lastly, around the services for youth and adolescents, we have the Adolescent Outpatient Substance Use Disorder Program that's provided by West Care. So this is substance use disorder services to individuals who are 12 to 17 years of age. And it's outpatient services, and primarily West Care works a lot of times with the schools to try to place their services at the school location. So their staff are traveling to the schools that they've been able to develop a relationship with and an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with, to be able to provide adolescent substance use disorder services at the school site. And so they right now have most of their services, I believe, in the Hanford and Corcoran locations, and are working to try to get into the Avenal school. So that will be one of our next steps that's listed on the last page, is to ensure that we have adolescent substance use disorder services here in the city of Avenal through the schools that avail themselves to us. Thus far though, through the sites that they have, they do serve Avenal youth. They are accessing those alternate sites, and there are 12 Avenal individuals that have been served in 2024. I don't have the 2023 comparison data, only in that this is the first year we've added into our presentation. But we will continue to collect the data and bring the data here so that we can show that we are continuing to maintain or grow in our accessibility to the community. Moving on, please. Continuing on with goal 1, so now we're in the adult population. So for the adult mental health population, Kingsview is the recovery-oriented services provider for adults. And so if somebody were to call the new number, which we'll talk about more, 559-247-HELP, they then, if they are requesting services and are over the age of 18, then they would be linked with Kingsview, who is the primary access point. Kingsview provides traditional clinic-based services, although for Avenal, they do make themselves more accessible by having a presence at the public health building twice a week, but they do, if they have a need, they come more often than the twice a week, but twice a week is the consistent schedule that they're on for now. They have been looking at potentially having space to have a full clinic if the demand for services increases, but in the meantime, they work with Public Health and Human Services Agency that kind of share that co-location. And they've been able to make sure that the lobby event space stays open Monday through Friday during business hours. So anybody can walk in and request services and be assisted in accessing services. Although if the clinicians are not there, if it's not the 2 days a week, it's more about linking them to the service provider to get an appointment rather than having immediate services at that moment. However, if anybody's in crisis or has an urgent service, now that we have the 559-247-HELP number, the front desk staff there will help them get connected through that number. And we have mobile crisis services, so we will have crisis responders come to where they are to assist them in their crisis if they're in crisis. They did serve 65 individuals last year, 65 Avenal residents last year, totaling 1,084 services. And the prior year was 94 individuals, totaling 803 services. Next slide. So adult mental health, full service partnership, and assertive community treatment. So Kingsview did provide full service partnership. Previously, we have got out the RFP. While Kingsview has now picked up the request for proposal for mobile crisis services. Turn Behavioral Health, who was our assertive community treatment provider, they now are our full service partnership provider as well. So anybody who has a higher level of care would then go to Turn Behavioral Health, and they are able to provide that higher level of care, which is more frequent services in the field services to really address what the engagement barriers are, and be able to get them most successfully engaged in ongoing treatment. As somebody though is in that higher level of care, whether they're a youth or adult, as they get to a place where they've been assisted in removing those engagement barriers and are successfully engaging in services, when it seems the time has come for them to move down to a lower level of care, they then go to the recovery-oriented services. So the main thing is about trying to meet the person where they are in their recovery, treat, the interventions that they are needing, and get them to a place where they're able to have experience wellness, be resilient, and be able to actually maintain their wellness through primary care. So here, Turn Behavioral Health does assertive community treatment and has launched full service partnerships as well. So the full service partnership numbers are a little low right now, but as they continue to ramp up, they will increase.
You will see though that the assertive community treatment team has low numbers. It will always have low numbers. Assertive community treatment is the highest level outpatient treatment before somebody goes to a psychiatric hospitalization. So it's really almost like community-based hospitalization in that they're not in a locked setting. They don't need to be in a locked setting, but they definitely need kind of intensive, frequent community-based services. And so that caseload is meant to be low so that the staff are able to provide that intensive, frequent services in the so you'll see here that they were able to serve 5 Avenal adults through full service partnership and 1 through assertive community treatment. I do not have the prior numbers on that. Moving on. Okay, and lastly, for adults is the adult substance use disorder outpatient services that are provided by Champions. So in this one, all of their services are based in Hanford. However, we did go out to request for proposal. We are continuing to take our programs that have historically been with one provider, whichever provider it may be, for a long period of time, and actually bring it back to request for proposal. Good business practice, as you know, for the city, for the county, which is to refresh contracts over time to make sure that you open up the bidding for whatever providers may have come into the area, as well as to ensure that you have the most cost efficient, the most effective, and the most up-to-date practices. And so one of the requests for proposals that went out recently was the adult substance use disorder services. And Champions and a second provider, Recover, were able to be awarded. So now we have 2 providers. Recover is working to get locations to be able to provide services and launch that. They haven't launched yet. However, in the request for proposal, we did ensure that we said that we will have an Avenal location. So Avenal corporate and Hanford location, no longer just having the Hanford sites, but now specifying that we want to reach out to our outlying communities for accessibility. And so in that, now that we have 2 providers, we were able to work to ensure that Recover will provide services in Hanford and in Corcoran, and Champions will provide services in Hanford where they are at, as well as in Avenal. And so they do have a site that has now been located inside Grigsby, and they will be opening those services. They anticipate mid-2025. Really, the length of time, I'm saying this right?
Yeah,
Right, okay.
I'm still in denial that we're even in 2025.
Oh, I know, that's why I keep looking, where am I at? So they will be opening those services. They're about mid-2025. Really, the length of time is just about making sure that they're able to get the equipment in place, get the staffing in place, and probably one of the longest is getting the state certification to be able to provide those services in an authorized way. And so they're working diligently on getting that out. They still serve individuals from Avenal. Unfortunately, it is through the Hanford location. So we're hopeful that this will be a benefit to the community of Avenal. We do say that we will be working closely with Anthony at the city to make sure we have advertisements going out, because the big thing is as we had talked about before, when we bring locations out here, really, those locations our department is funded through reimbursement primarily. We do go after grants, but as everyone knows, grants in, but it's really reimbursement based, meaning we provide services, we bill the services, we're reimbursed by the state, and that's how we keep doors open, keep the clinicians in place, providing the services and all that good stuff. And so we will, because it's new, we will want to make sure that we do a lot of mass advertising to make sure that individuals know that this is available now. And if somebody has a substance use disorder and would like services, they can walk in and look in services. So, and I'm sure Anthony will be reaching out if he hears that there's any issues, as well as by any means, anybody can reach out to us and let us know if there's any issues, because it's a new service. And so there's always things when you're working on something new, but we're hopeful that we can get this to be the new 15. However, as they were doing their Hanford location, they did serve 18 Avenal individuals through their services. And we don't have the prior number because this is the first addition to our presentation. Now that we're doing the robust behavioral health reporting. And not just one number. Oh, this is the residential services. Okay, and lastly, Champions then provides residential. So they don't just provide outpatient services, they also provide residential services for men and women who are adults. And so they have Hannah's house and they have Samuel's house. So they did serve, both of those are in Hanford. They did serve 12 Avenal individuals through the 2 residential facilities. I will say that this will take on some growth come 2026 because the state or the department is working with the state so that we can become what's called DNC ODS. So we're a drug Medi-Cal plan right now. Under a drug Medi-Cal plan, residential services are not reimbursable. And so they're providing those through various different blending and funding that they can find. So like they have a contract with probation, if probation has some funding for residential. We also pay for some of the residential through our what's called our realignment, like our discretionary funds, because we know residential services are important. Unfortunately, they're not reimbursable until we go what's called drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system. So it's a new contract we would undergo with the state, and we're undergoing the implementation and readiness activities now. Based on the readiness activities that we have, the state will let us launch if we meet all of the deliverables by July 1st, 2026. That then makes residential services as well as case management services and some other things reimbursable, which then allows us to to better fiscally sustain residential services and then grow residential services to best meet the needs of the community. And so we will see some growth, and we can also be in discussion about if we're seeing through the opening of the adult SUD outpatient site here in Avenal, if there seems to be a need for residential services, where then a residential service site might need to be supported in Avenal, we can definitely discuss that once we go DNC ODS. Right now, under DNC, only perinatal residential services are funded by the state. Next. And lastly, for goal 1 for access to services for individuals in Avenal, we were able to launch the one call center, one line, as well as the mobile crisis services. So we know that we've heard from Avenal that there's just a myriad of numbers to try to remember if you need children's services, adult services, mental health versus SUD versus warm line versus crisis line. So we know that we heard that, we understand that, and we've been able to launch then one number. So that number 559-247-HELP. Anybody can call within the county of Kings and request services. They can also, if they need somebody to talk to, so it connects them to the warm line as well. So if somebody's just needing to talk to somebody, but they're not in crisis, they're not necessarily asking for services, they can talk to somebody through the warm line. But if they're in crisis, then they also will go immediately to the crisis dispatch for going through the process of mobile crisis services. And that's the first thing they ask when we call. When you call, they ask what's your number, put your name and number, and are you in crisis? And from there, they start to triage and get you to where you need to be. And so it's one number for whatever behavioral help somebody may need. So moving on to goal 2, participation in community events and more of a community visibility. So we continue to have a very robust community outreach presence here in Avenal. We participated in 16 events by hosting booths or being able to participate in the event through having staff there with materials, whatever it may be that's most appropriate for that event. The events are listed here, and they include 16 events that we participated in. And in our last presentation, we participated in 13 events. So we appreciate all of our community outreach staff that volunteered to go out, really enjoy with the events that are here in the Avenal community. So we appreciate always being able to reach out to us to tell us what events are coming. The next slide is the participation in the community through the community, the California Health Collaborative. So like I said, the California Health Collaborative provides mental health and substance use disorder prevention services to youth here in Avenal and in the county. And so they also participate in events to also promote the prevention of substance use disorder, as well as to promote mental health and destigmatize mental illness. And they participated in 14 events, which are listed here in Avenal. And in the last presentation, there was 7 events. Next slide. So goal 3 is clear communication on accessing services. And so this was about really making sure that we are sending out messaging to the community of Avenal to ensure that they know how to access services, where services are, and that it's clear and consistent messaging. And so we were able to, last year and this year, continue to distribute to the 16 locations one flyer that lists all of our services to these 16 locations in Avenal, which the flyer will be on the next slide so that you can see. We also were able to add the last 2 by working with the city of Avenal by doing a mailer through the April 2024 utility bill to all the Avenal residents. So it was in there, and hopefully everybody saw it and appreciated that. And we've been able to work with ARIA to ensure that they have our materials at their Avenal location as well. You will see on this slide or what we distributed. So this was earlier in the year when we distributed the 16 locations and did the April 2024 mailer. So it was before we did the 559-247 help. So clearly while these numbers still are in operation, we didn't want to stop any of the numbers because we have a lot of materials out. And so we don't want anybody to call and not get linked or have somebody answer the phone. And so these still are current and relevant numbers, but it doesn't list the additional 559-247 help, which is really the one and only number that somebody does need, although these numbers are still relevant. So we'll be working on updating materials and getting that out. So goal 3 and 4, clear communication on accessing services and large signs. So continuing with goal 3, which is the clear communication on accessing services, as well as combining it with goal 4, which was the large sign, so that we have a more visible presence of marketing, as well as the ability to make it more real time. We were able to partner with Anthony and the city of Avenal to be able to provide funding for 2 of the digital signs. So they're both out there now, and they were awesome to see, and they're very clear. So they're maybe kind of jealous because my TV is not that good. So that's what we've been able to do, although we didn't want to necessarily own the signs or operate the signs, because we really wanted it to be able to not just be used for our messaging, but the messaging for the community as a whole. And so we will continue to be working with the city of Avenal to be able to disseminate our messaging and our materials, as well as that be embedded in with the other messaging that the city would like to put on there. We also keep a desk guide at our front desk to make sure that those who are staffing our front desk, which is the 559-852-2444, that's Kings County Behavioral Health number, that if they get a call, that they're able to accurately direct the person to the services that they may be looking for. And also we need our website and ensure that the numbers that somebody might need are in English and Spanish, and at the very top, we are there and consistent. Next slide. So goal 5 is access to crisis services. And so like we were mentioning, or I was mentioning before, is we have the new 24/7 help call center that is attached into our mobile crisis. We were able to launch mobile crisis December 31st, 2024. Yay. Kingsu was awarded that contract, and they provide the mobile crisis services. And that is for the coverage area of the entire county. It is on a caseload ramp up. So as the numbers getting out and as they get more and more calls, They are able to increase staffing. So they have 2 mobile teams right now. They are increasing to 3 mobile teams that will be 24/7. And within the contract, because this was also an RFP after we began these goals with the city of Avenal, we also required within the RFP that one of the 3 teams be permanently stationed in the city of Avenal to ensure, especially during inclement weather months, that it doesn't impede timely response. And so they have been working with, I believe, the Avenal Police Department and Avenal City on just trying to find the most appropriate location until such time they have been able to still respond to calls in a very timely manner. I think we're averaging around 30 minutes at most for a call. The state requires it be 2 hours response, which is, I can't even imagine being the person on the other end and having it be 2 hours. So we put in the contract that we will always strive for an average of 30-minute response time at the most for mobile crisis response, and they've been able to use that thus far. If anybody knows of a location, let us know. This is the next slide is then the advertisement. So there was a flyer that is here. There's lots of flyers, but there's a flyer that's here that you can take, and if you can distribute it widely, we're going to get the message out. However, we also have these now, which is a condensed version of that flyer that's going to be going out on cart bus routes, cart bus shelters, in the TVs of the cart buses. We'll be sending it to Anthony to hopefully get on those digital signs. We already have the number. I saw advertised on the smaller sign here, so I was very proud of that. Thank you for that. So however we can get the message out, we're hoping to also send this through either the utility bill, if that worked effectively. I don't know if it did, so I'd love your feedback, or some other route to make sure it's just mass marketing as much as we can. And of course, we will have this in other forms like writing pens, magnets, and things as we start to do our outreach throughout this year at the events here in Avenal. And then lastly is goal 6. And I don't know if you would like to talk about it, or would I need more than one? Okay, I'll present. You can help me fill more questions here, the expert as it becomes to loss. So we have continue to clarify what loss team response is and our tracking of our loss team efforts. And all of the information is there if you have any questions. But we also, Polo was able to start up the first of what's called the Survivors of Suicide Loss support group, so SOS support group. And I believe it kicked off just recently in Hanford, and we're hoping to get many of our support groups to also be accessible to our outlying communities, but we haven't figured out how to do that because as our support groups are talking to the support group members, they're not necessarily too keen on having virtual presence. And so it would mean like, do we do rotating support groups? Because when people come, we don't want to lose participation. But we're open to ideas of like how to do that. Or even if we feel like there's going to be a large enough need here in Avenal, having then 2 support groups, one that rotates in Hanford and the other one that's here in Avenal. So we're always open to ideas on how to make these services more accessible to Avenal, and Polo's information's on there, and I know he's always looking for additional insight and tips. And then lastly is the next steps. So the next steps that we are committing to working on throughout the rest of this year, in addition to maintaining the progress that we have, is to work with the Anthony regarding sending advertisement and messaging from behavioral health and the county to the digital signs, continuing to identify and develop locations for mobile crisis and the adult substance use disorder outpatient services. Work with Avenal schools to connect the adolescent substance use disorder services to youth through West Care. Send the 24/7 call center and mobile crisis flyer to Avenal residents through postal mailers or the city utility mail, and then update and redistribute the Avenal flyers to those 16 locations that were listed, please. You have your question.
Is questions from council, and then we'll open it to the public.
Back, well, back when I think it's, no, I don't know if it was the last time you came or the time before that. There was an issue with. When somebody had to go in and fill out 30-page book that they had to fill out. Did that get condensed to 1 or 2 pages instead of 45, whatever it was before?
It did not, we're not able to condense that. Those are required informing materials that the state requires as to inform Medi-Cal beneficiaries of their rights. And so as I think I explained before, it's difficult to bring everybody through that. But the biggest part of it is called the beneficiary handbook, and that's a requirement that we give to all Medi-Cal beneficiaries when they're accessing services at Insurance Services. And it tells them about what they're about to experience, what their rights are, and what to do if they feel that there's if they want to change the provider, if they need to access the patient rights advocate, in addition to a consent for treatment form, a release of information form, if there's anybody that they want to have the information accessible for. Gosh, we have to do a notice of privacy practices. There's several other things that are all required. I think there's also a psychiatric advance directive that we have to inform. And so it's really unfortunate. It equals about 80 some odd pages. I think it used to be 60 and now it's up to 80 pages. However, typically when somebody comes in, we don't need to give it to the person ahead of time, meaning like, thanks for asking for services. Here's 80 pages to get through and then you call back. So really what it is if somebody wants services, if they come in for like a walk-in or they call and we schedule an appointment, what usually occurs now, post-COVID shutdown, was that when an individual comes in, we go through the eligibility, and then when they're meeting with the front desk staff, whatever the clinic staff is that they set up, sometimes the clinician goes over it with you when they're doing their assessment. Sometimes there's a front desk intake person who goes over it with you. They then go through all those materials with the person. So it's not so overwhelming to the person, although it's overwhelming nonetheless, because then they have to do actual initials to say that they've received it all. And then it moves to the especially mental health services assessment.
So there is somebody helping them fill that out.
There is somebody, yeah, explaining to them, because some of the things like the beneficiary handbook, I mean, frankly, at least one of the clinics that I had worked in, when somebody would get it, they would need all this, as they're going out, they're dropping in the trash, and that's a lot of resources that are wasted. And so on that checklist, we've been able to say, the state has been able to clarify that we must make available to. So when they say make available to, we let them know. There's a beneficiary handbook, it's 80 pages, it tells you about your rights. There's a copy that's always maintained in our lobby. There's also a copy on our website. Would you like a print? And that way we're not wasting resources if they're like, I'm gonna throw it away. So sometimes they do want to print out, then we'll print it out for them. However, the packet is still though on the website, I believe, in case somebody wants all that information. But it's not a requirement to access services any longer. During COVID, it was really about trying to give all that information to the person because they were not meeting with them face to face.
And just a comment, little disheartening and disappointed at something that happened during our September suicide walk. After we had ours, we had heard that you guys had put a big event in Hanford for a suicide watch, and that's kind of disheartening to us because we're over here trying to put something together, and I don't know if you guys knew that we were having it. I know somebody out there knew because some of them came.
We did,
but the amount from what we were told, I don't know if it's true or not, but you guys put on a big event over there. Why can't you guys do that here?
Yeah, so we did have a suicide walk that was at the park in Hanford. That was put on, and it was put on around the same, I believe it's about around the same time period.
Say that, probably.
But we did also hear that Avenal was putting on a walk and we wanted to support it and participate in it, which we did support and participate in. And so I'm not sure if we didn't want to not do one just because there was another one being done, because also many of the high schools also did walks. And so we were trying to make sure that we participated in as many of the walks as possible, while also hosting a walk. And really our community outreach specialist, as Renee Lowe, this was really something that was very personal and close to her heart, and she wanted to put on a walk as well up there in Hanford. And so we didn't see that it would be seen as kind of like competing or territorial. More so we thought the more we can do these walks, the more we can have these walks throughout the cities and locations in the county, the more individuals will destigmatize suicide and reach out for help. And so we saw it more as a saturation than competing for. And I'll tell you, the city of Avenal put on a heck of a walk, because we were there at the walk, and we thought it was very touching.
Yeah, it just seemed like more stuff was being done. A bigger event. I mean, of course, it's a bigger city, a bigger town, but it seemed like we just get, okay, we're gonna go help you, but we're just gonna, I mean, it doesn't seem like a lot of effort was put into ours, like you guys did over there.
We also want to make sure that we're not, when Avenel began putting on the walk and talking about the walk, we don't want to come in and start assuming whatever the event planner is and what the ideal is, but we want to participate. And I think that we were trying to, not only the county, but also through our contract with King's Partnership, being able to participate and collaborate. But if you would like us to do additional things, because like there was a butterfly release that they did at the Hanford one, that was our community outreach specialist, her idea that she wanted to do. I pushed back on it a little bit, I'll say, because I was just like, butterflies, and they're coming in envelopes, and I don't know if that's me, but a lot of individuals who have been touched by suicide, it was very touching for them, and it kind of resounded with them more than I knew it would. And so there's things like that we definitely can offer, but we also want to know our place, and that we are a participant in Avenel's walk, and we don't ever want it to look like we're taking over or influencing in any way. And so however we can support and participate, we are open.
Any other questions, comments from council?
I'd just like to make a comment. I'm a foster parent. So by default, I've had a SpareNet come to my home, to my school, to participate in karate with my foster son. And so I just like to applaud SpareNet back there. I dealt with Herschel O'Brien. Yeah, he's fantastic. And then I had another kiddo that he helped me with as well. So I just like to point that out, and the Kindness Center I've dealt with too. You're welcome. Thank you.
There any question from staff?
No, I know, in terms of the digital sign, the one here on Kings and Skyline is complete, and the one by Hydro and Skyline, that one we're waiting to have it, the other side completed. Once those both are done and they're enclosed, we will have we're gonna adorn it a little bit. So that should be done hopefully middle, if not the end of February for sure. And once that is completed, then we'll definitely start cycling through different advertising and information. So, yeah. And we'll be able to, IT will be able to control it remotely. So it should be able to push out updates pretty fast.
At this time, I would like to open for public comments or questions.
Presentation was brought over quickly. Did you talk about the process? I know that you guys have talked about it. It was gonna be.
Could you give her the mic? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So what was the mobile crisis and where is it here in Avenal? Is it not here in Avenal, but it's accessible to Avenal, correct?
Yeah, accessible to everybody in, hope everyone can hear me.
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Using my outside voice. Yeah, it's accessible to all individuals throughout the county of King. It is our intent though that we have 3 teams, one that is permanently stationed in Avenal that will then be able to respond timely to mobile crisis that occur, in the western Louisiana. Not just Avenal. Well, the two, that was the Hampton and corporate area to be able to respond to those calls and during. So we have two teams right now, and we, really, the third team is, I think, they're in the process of finalizing the hiring of that third team. And
So your problem though was, having a location in Avenal?
location, yeah, and so they're really looking at a location, because the person would be there, they would have to be rotated 24/7 and inside, and really, I mean, just park a car and have that. Can we go to Starbucks, or can we go to a Chevron or something? So I think the natural thing was to talk with, the police station to say, we need to be there, although I think there is a shortage of space everywhere. So, I think that also, King Street has reached out to Anthony, and they're looking, I think they're doing a city location that even though.
Yeah, we're evaluating that other side of the hospital building, except there were some amenities that aren't actually in place yet, so I haven't had a chance to meet in person. They presented to other staff and I want to meet with them to kind of go over what exactly they needed and what we could actually accommodate.
Okay.
Although I know at this point, they're willing to. My understanding at this point, they're willing to even just get a trailer and just park it somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of other little things, it's hard to really talk about some things, because I don't want it to seem like then it doesn't come to fruition and it's a fail, it's not really. We just are always kind of like thinking of creative ways, and so there's some spots that we're thinking of, like, are there grant funding that we can draw down that we might be able to take a space and make it kind of a behavioral health all? Or be able to move all of those spaces in, very difficult, there's limited space in Avenal, and so. We have been exploring many things, Dr. Lewis and I talked about how much can we talk about here, it's very difficult because, they're all in the preliminary stages, but we're looking at like, how do we maximize space? So we don't have contractors that are looking for like a space here and a space there, more so we're maximizing it. We do know of some grants that are coming out, like B-CHIP 2, I say B-CHIP, because I don't know how to say the full acronym, but, it's an infrastructure grant that is being released in May, that is allowing, all entities, cities, counties, tribal entities, nonprofits, for-profits to go after very large amount of money to be able to develop behavioral health infrastructure, but it's very prescribed facilities. We have the official list for facilities in May. We're hopeful that outpatient facilities will be on it, because that's what we're looking for. In addition, there's things like when I heard, is it Chris Kahn that's talking about grants, there's also the Home Heat Plus grant that just came out, and it's only for cities, counties, and tribal entities and public entities like Housing Authority, and that allows for the development of permanent supportive housing for individuals with behavioral health conditions. And so I'm not sure, if, the city is looking at that, but just putting it on the radar. So we're looking at things like that.
We're taking private insurance, it's only like Medi-Cal and those sort of things. Will that change at all, or are you looking at to change that? Because
Right.
like for somebody like me, I have private insurance, right?
Yeah.
So I really, it's difficult.
Right, I totally understand. So we are, the county behavioral health are only contracted with the state to provide services to individuals who are on Medi-Cal. They can be dually insured, like there's youth that are dually insured Medi-Cal and private insurance. So if you have Medi-Cal, whether it be a part of your insurance or totally, then we serve those individuals as well as those who are otherwise unable to be insured. We do take private insurance in that we can bill insurance if the person is duly insured, Medi-Cal private insurance, but not solo private insurance, because the state contracts for those services through like primary care. So in any case, we can go out right now. I think there is one county that might have gone after the contract, and I think it's like so like they have a medical insurance.
You get that for vacation, that mobile crisis,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes. So our prevention services, as well as our crisis services are all coverage, even those who are uninsured, all ages throughout all of the county. Those are required services. So the crisis services are required for us to cover the entire county, all insurance, even those who are uninsured, period. Even private, yeah. So private, public, uninsured, if you're in crisis, we respond. We do then follow up with financials and try to get for that, but at the same time, that's just for sustainability purposes. It's like we really are, it's afterwards. Yeah. And so with prevention dollars, really that's through our Proposition 36, which is Mental Health Services Act, which just recently was altered under Proposition 1, and now it's BHSA, so Behavioral Health Services Act. That is a funding stream. It's called the millionaire's tax. So if somebody's in California, they make $1 million or more in personal income, they get taxed 76%. That in the state, they retain 10%, and the rest comes to the counties based on a percentage of population size. And part of that, part unfortunately now under platform is specifically for prevention and early intervention. And that is for population as a whole. And so we work with the communities, typically through surveys, to be able, and focus groups to be able to identify like where do those communities go, what is our biggest bang for the buck kind of thing for prevention. And almost always it's to student although other things like our suicide prevention and our outreach also is paid through the prevention and intervention.
And suicide prevention, I'm gonna go back to the block or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it'd be really nice if we will start meeting with the KPFT to start, planning that, I think in March, so it'd be nice to find somebody maybe from the team behavioral health and prevention.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I did, okay,
Yeah.
so I'll get your card and then maybe we can just connect. And the butterfly and then we had talked about those things as well, because it's a beautiful way to honor, right?
Yeah.
So that being said, hopefully, yeah, you guys do have some funding that we can maybe add something that even more special.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
And then the last thing was, just a comment about the survivors, right? The groups that you're doing. Yeah, we've definitely. And I know we talked about it a couple of years ago, like having some support groups, right? Because it could be a year, it could be 2 years, we're 2 years out, right? And it's still exhausting and challenging to navigate through, life sometimes. Not always, but sometimes.
Yes.
So it'd be really nice to be able to get somebody who understands it and that can help navigate feelings and then bring in some resources that's needed, right? I think it's really important. And so done with that, it's great on that side. But I really like to obviously, I'm always that way. I'm always on this side, but doing on this side. Yes, it's important to me, because we have had some issues, but all in all, I'm saying there's progress and any little progress is better than no progress. So I appreciate all the efforts that initially was doing.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm looking at it. I think it's working.
Good.
It's meant for the stream.
I don't.
Oh, I don't-
I don't. Yeah.
It is for the stream though.
So my question for you guys is, what happened to the 6 months meetings that we agreed on? I personally called your guys' office, told that there was never no such agreement. Which is kind of bothersome. Because you guys say you guys should help and you guys want to do this and do that, but you guys ain't keeping your part of the agreement we had. I mean, I believe Anthony was there. I believe Cristiano was there as well. Back in February, you guys brought, last year, February, you guys brought, Richard Valley here to kind of sugarcoat things, it seemed like. Or he came on his own, okay, but he was here to speak on your guys' behalf as well, and hey, none of that's happening.
Yeah.
And it's getting frustrating. You guys say you have services here at the health department. I went in there June, July, and August of last year. And was told there's no services. So this is now 2 years out. And it's still happening. So I mean, the presentation looks good, looks like there is some steps. But I honestly feel like you guys are saying this in front of our council and our council is believing a lot of it, but there's really no action. And I don't understand why we're not having the meetings that we agreed upon and everything else.
Well, there is action. We've been able to show that there's action. We have been able to improve. We are tracking all of the numbers to show the action that's going on. I believe that in the beginning, we were coming out every 6 months because there was need to see immediate progress. We've been able to see that immediate progress. And the progress that we're having now, really, we feel like coming back on an annual basis here to the city is able to, we're able to have the time to develop the things that we need to develop to be able to then report meaningfully. And so I think we came out February last year, so we're out again annually this year. And when you encounter, if you call anywhere, if you call our office, if you go out to public health, if you encounter an issue, real time, pick up the phone and let us know, because it could be that everything's functioning, but perhaps there's somebody who picked up the phone and gave you the wrong answer, and they need to be retrained, or they just didn't know, and we need to know that. And we found that when we were, really looking at people calling the 244 number, the trying to give her help. They were like, well, but we don't provide services. And we're like, well, we do, but through contracted providers. And that's kind of how we need to respond, and what service and help people leave. It's not that we. And so
Communication was.
that
It's trying to help to streamline the communication too, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of different agencies helping all throughout the year. So I think if we could just streamline the calendar, maybe with the city, to show how many agencies that are actually a part of the work that we do. And sometimes it's clinical. Sometimes it's a movie night, sometimes it's an art event, and so we do try to engage the community all throughout the year. I think it just looks differently because we have so many different types.
Yeah, but we do want to know if you encounter a difficult situation. We need to know, especially real time, to get us the details that the person should know why not that we want anybody in trouble, but it may mean that that person needs retraining. And we employ humans and they don't need to. And so we want to know those so that we can stop the issue where it is, and then provide the retraining so that you're not getting information.
And I appreciate that, but going back to meeting every 6 months. Our second meeting we had there, we said 6 months, you guys came to council back in February, which I think was maybe a couple months, 2 or 3 months after that meeting. And you guys said here, we'll be meeting again, and it has yet to happen. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of people in the community that are carrying that with them, taking your guys' word that you're guys are gonna be here, you're gonna hear us out, we're gonna discuss what, the city needs and all this. Then you guys switch it to where, oh, let's come to city council and let's forget about this aspect of it. And the agreement that we all had on those meetings. Okay, so, and that's just how it, me personally, how it feels, right? Like, I hear, oh, they're at city council, well, what happened to our public meetings that we have with you guys, because you guys said there was a lost team, then we found that there wasn't a lost team. Then you guys said a couple other things, we found out that wasn't legit either. So we were given false information. And then we're discussing it to try to find better resources or whatever, better programs, whatever the case is, but then there's no communication. And then when you call and ask about it and told there was no agreement about that, and I'm not gonna say the person's name, but that person is here. And that there was no agreement on that, that bothers me. I've had several conversations with our city manager about this, and he understands where I'm coming from. And that is worrisome to me as a member or as a family member who lost my brother to suicide. As well as other members in the community that have lost family to suicide. And Avenal's always been a stepchild into Kings County. And you guys take all this money from Avenal, cut Avenal out, and you guys want to put it in Cork Creek because that's where Richard's at, or Hanford, or Lemoore, and all these other little big cities. And you guys show up at Care's Care and then nothing.
I believe she also raised her hand. She had another comment.
I'm from Kern. I'm from Kern, and I just also want to ensure the county was gonna mention CARE Act as well. Since that's going for our program in addition to a therapy treatment and full service partnership. I also want to give Care Act a shout out as well. I don't know if you guys were gonna speak on it or if there's more information. Maybe I could provide.
Yeah, I can definitely speak on, Care Act, and let me know if I missed anything. So Care Act is an additional service that just rolled out. We sent out the press release. But also, Polo, who oversees it with the adult system of care, is doing a lot of education. There'll be a lot more marketing coming out this year, in 2025. But Care Act started December 1st, 2024, as a requirement of the state. And really, it is an additional engagement strategy for individuals who have schizophrenia or other psychotic disorder, who may be finding difficulty in engaging in mental health services. And therefore you can petition. So a family member, it's a broad array of individuals. So law enforcement, first responders, family members, support persons, behavioral health. There's a whole list that's online of individuals who can petition the civil court. So because it's not criminal to be, that they have a mental illness, but they can petition civil court, and civil court then is able to come into the picture and support behavioral health in engaging the individual. It also then captures an ability for us to be able to draw down additional dollars to be able to support almost a daily engagement of that individual. So the sort of community treatment team is really going to that where that individual may be and providing daily engagement to really try to get the individual to come into services and find that this petition and this engagement through the civil courts is an ability to have this very multidisciplinary team approach to being able to provide services, have that kind of accountability at the court level of those services, as well as then have rapid housing brought to them through Bridge Housing, which just launched actually ribbon cutting with it. So it's a bit of a mouthful and a bit complex. So we released a press release and Polo has been going out and working with those who are most likely, at least starting with those who are most likely to do a petition. And then we are figuring out how to best launch a public campaign without this being too confusing, because it's kind of a weird thing. We don't want it to seem as though it's like, hey, now you can get the courts involved and just force treatment, because that's not what it is. It's an engagement strategy. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from, do we have any questions online?
Not that I've seen yet. Know anything online?
So, I would like to thank you all for coming and giving this presentation. We did receive on the agenda the whole presentation, and also we have it on online, digital. But I feel that you know, the county services sometimes are very difficult to provide, especially when you have to contract some of those, most of those services to outside agencies. And sometimes it's hard to have a, you know, look, you know, a unique or just one service provider that can deal with, you know, sometimes even court orders are very difficult to be served by our residents because you know, they have to go and do rehab classes through Champions or another provider that also the county contracts. So it is really hard for them to get transportation, get there late, being at the middle of the class and then being terminated because they should have late or didn't go one time. So, and then they have to restart all over again, have to pay the fee, the class, and have the time to go. So sometimes they go into the system for not completing a class that was mandated. So I think the ideal for our community is to have more services here locally. So I don't know if Dr. Luis has any updates. I believe the courthouse is, you know, the county supposedly going to provide more services local. Are there any updates? Because that's what we're striving for, more services for our community here in Avenal. Mhm.
we're interested. Maybe fantastic if we could have the mental health services provided in that location. We, made that clear to the county administration, and we're kind of at their, mercy as far as what they decide to do with that facility. We're certainly open to it. Absolutely.
Because I also wanna let you guys know that we appreciate your commitment, because it does take commitment, public service, to be able to have a procession that is going to ask for, a lot of extra time. Like right now, it's not working hours, normal working hours, but I see a commitment from the agencies that are here today, no, coming to Avenal after our business hours and presenting or being here to answer questions that our community may have. I believe that collaboration always goes a long ways. We were in a school meeting yesterday with parents, and that helps too, because a lot of people, a lot of residents do not trust or don't want to talk about their personal issues. If a drug addiction, mental health, or even suicide signs that they may see, but they don't want to talk about it. A couple years ago, I was trying to get a family to really reach him out and talk to him, but sometimes they're not willing to do it. And if we're gonna blame when something happens. We feel that we want to help, we want to do what is best, but sometimes it just takes more than just willing to do something. It has to be a collaboration, cooperation from different agencies, churches, schools, teachers, neighbors, parents. Uh, you know, all agencies need to get it really involved and participate and be part of the solution, not, always try to do better. I was looking at the numbers. They do show that there's been increasing services, but like I mentioned, we still need to reach out more to people who are not willing to be helped. Mm. Mm.
So we want them to know that when you call, they don't have to know what it is they need specifically when they call. Dr. Riley's just here with her team, and they are the folks who, they answer that call line 24/7, and they're ready to answer people's questions and figure out, oh gosh, we need to send mobile prices to them right now, or we need to make an appointment for them tomorrow, or we need to send clinician out to Avenal to the public health building. So use that number. I really like to hear by next year when we come back what the effects of that number have been. Really helpful. I think. Additionally, Christy mentioned the leadership grant, that we'll know more about leadership 2 in May. We'll also know the outcomes of leadership 1. So there was an application that went in on to benefit the residents of Kings County, and we're looking forward to hearing who are awarded that, and if we are, we'll be able to tell you about that, which would be fantastic. That'll be some really interesting services. Once we know about leadership 2, we'll make sure that you guys know about it, because we'll be looking for people who want to apply for it.
And lastly, I know that you guys are also working together with Tulare County about suicide prevention. How the numbers looking overall in the 2 counties on the last year? Or
Averages for the years. About, I would say about 10. National averages, there's been an increase by the national elderly population. They kind of stagnant in individuals above adolescents, and actually adolescents actually dropped. But in our
our case, in our case, statistics, like I said, in Spain for the last few years, but that's often every category. So individuals that are teenage, you know, age, we have to, yeah. There, as far as, you know, culture wise, you know, different populations, different ethnicities, some people, no really specific pattern, other than, kind of just what the specific rules of how they're doing it. But I will say that, you know, we are continually trying to educate the community the protection effort. And also, you know, with the support of local prices, and we're hoping to not just, have individuals say come to an emergency room to be evaluated, but to be able to meet them where they're at. And so, like Dr. Lewis mentioned, we're excited, not just about these services, but we're also learning about how we're doing these services. Doesn't mean that they're perfect, but we're trying to learn how we're a little better approaching our communities. And so the direction we're moving towards is meeting the individuals where they're at. So hopefully we can cover something.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good.
Has behavioral health in Kingsview stopped rejecting people? Because that's what happened to my brother personally, where he went to both agencies to get help, and one agency told me I had to pay $25 per visit, but you guys say it's Medi-Cal. And the other agency said they didn't have room and they didn't have time to see. So has that stopped?
So anybody who comes in with services is going to be seen for first for eligibility, are they a resident, do they have Medi-Cal, or they're otherwise uninsured? And from there, then they go to what's called our state requires this premium transition tool, which requires that we assess if they are in need of the services that we provide, or are they in need of services that are at a lower level of care in the state requirement. But by and large, those who come to our services are eligible for our services and need of services. So then we move on to especially mental health services assessment. So to be seen for our services, you must have a diagnosed mental illness, as well as that mental illness must be impairing your major life function, and then we provide the treatment that's necessary based on your diagnosis and those symptoms that may be impairing. At that time, depending on what is seen during diagnosis, during assessment, during eligibility, the person could be denied services if they are deemed ineligible. Maybe they have sole private insurance, or they're not a King County resident. And when they are, though, they're given what's called a notice of adverse benefit determination, which they required just a notice of action that says you've been denied services, so this is why, and you have the ability to make that and appeal it. And they then warmly link them with the more appropriate provider. They are being eligible, but then they move on for an assessment, and it's seen if you need somebody who their impairments are not mental illness, but it might be like traumatic brain injury with more neurological, meaning they won't benefit from counseling. Then they may be assisted during that time. We still receive services called no longer services. So we're providing services while we're assisting them to get to primary care, so that they can see a doctor and neurologist for that. So it's so complex. It really depends on the person and what is seen during eligibility and during a mental health assessment by the clinician. I don't know the particular case, and I apologize, but that is really, we work uniquely well with the individuals, just in the health services alone, and so
Are your clinicians certified?
our clinicians are well trained. Yes, they all have graduated from college, and they all go through their practicum hours, doing many hours to be supervised by a licensed clinician for them to even be able to then have the hours to then go on to test to become a licensed clinician. So it's very much like what you see for a track of a doctor, but in the clinical setting.
I'm sorry, you guys spelled my brother, because he met all the requirements, and he was told that he couldn't receive services.
People can go backwards, and so we just kind of look at.
So lastly, Tony, do you have any remarks, comments?
No, I mean, we'll continue working along with Kings County Behavioral Health. Obviously, that partnership has continued to strengthen, and we're finding ways to obviously facilitate the services that the community is requesting. And obviously there's still a huge need in the community, and I think the entire valley. So hopefully our community that isn't forgotten, but I know at least working Christy and Dr. Lewis that we've made some headway, and the community can at least be a little patient, and we can get more feedback as well as what else we can be asking or what the needs are. I think that may help as well, because I think that's one of the gaps, is just knowing exactly what's being needed here in the community.
I will, just lastly say that there's not just the 559-247 help for somebody to call, but there's also 988, which is the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. 988, though, if they do get a crisis, they then will work with that individual while they're connecting them to the local resources, which is the local crisis unit. But the 988 number, you can actually do online chat. So people who may be in a situation where they can't take a phone call, they can't say things out loud. Sometimes it's just scary to even say it into existence. And so people can do an online chat. You can also text. So 988, call, text, or online chat, or 559-247. We will be connected.
We appreciate the work that you guys are trying to do. So, at least we see movement going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, lastly, I just wanna say that our city manager will probably be reaching out to you. We've been getting involved with the parenting classes at the district, and I think some of these information it will be reached out to see if it can be shared with your permission. That way we can educate also the parents that actually do not engage into council meetings or school board meetings, but they feel more comfortable attending town hall meetings or meetings like they're doing at the school sites. So okay, and thank you for coming and being part of the presentation to every one of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll continue with item number 7, and that is public hearing, and we have none. Item number,
Is this your cell phone? Oh, yeah. Yes. Is that your,
Present, we will present.
okay, is that your cell phone or his office number? Okay. Okay. Very good.
thank you.
You always answer in time.
Thank you again.
All right.
So going back to the meeting, item number 8 is all business, and we have the SRO agreement with the Reef Sunset Identified School District, and this is informational.
Yes, although I would recommend that we circle back on all the items that were pulled from the consent calendar and then finish off with the SRO agreement.
So we'll go to item number 8.
I mean, we can be as part of old business. Only part of that request was for B to be an old business.
Yes,
So
B.
the rest, we can kind of go over it.
This is just right.
Be in which one?
Yeah, so I
We
can
went to
do
this.
that.
To the old, yeah, old business.
Yeah, I can go over it real quickly.
I thought we went over it already.
Mhm.
Yeah, at the council's direction, when we did not have the full number, which I did get that number from Josh later that evening. around 9:30 or 10 p.m. We were just waiting on what the number was in terms of the ROPS, which the total ended up being $482,748. The rest of the report is as it was presented, and actually we included the approval from the county oversight board, so it's already been approved by the county. At the council's request, it was to be put on the consent calendar, that's why it was on the consent calendar. For ratification with the final number.
At the conclusion of the meeting, I'll do my. When we talk again, I'll tell you why we need to do what I did. Unless you want to hear it now.
I mean, they called for me now,
Yeah,
so
yeah, we'll just
now
do
would be
it.
the time and we can take a vote on it.
No, I mean, the reason I pulled it.
No,
to-
just.
No, well, I'm good going. I'll do whatever I need to do at the end.
I mean, if there's a reason to having it pulled, right now is the discussion for the item itself.
No, I'm good with the discussion of the item, but I'm just wanted to put it in a different area.
Okay, that's
'Cause
fine.
That's old business. To me, that's old business. It's not it's not something that's. Well, let me read you guys. And I think I brought this up before. I think it was like 6 months ago when I started seeing resolutions on the consent calendar. In California, you should not put resolution items on the consent calendar because consent calendar is intended for non-controversial routine matters that do not require discussion. This is discussion. And resolutions can often be significant policies, implications, potential sparking debate, and require close examination from the decision-making body. Placing them on the consent calendar could inadvertently bypass proper public scrutiny and discussion. Also, it lacks transparency that placing significant resolution items on the consent calendar can be seen as intent to avoid public scrutiny and debate. That's why I don't want any resolution items from now on to be on the consent calendar.
So, can I speak on
Yeah.
that, Mike?
Go ahead.
That's a very good point. And because we kind of did the Brown Act training today and we didn't cover consent calendars. Specifically, but yeah, everything you read is accurate. Normally it should be routine stuff that comes, and when it's routine, that could mean it's monthly, that could mean it's once annually. There's whatever the cycle is for that item. This one, there are, consent calendar can be used as a tool to kind of speed up a meeting
Yes, you know
in
that.
certain situations. In this situation, and that can be good and bad. In this situation, this is a special circumstance because the council already approved this resolution at the last.
And that's why I said I wanted old business because it's.
Yeah. And so the point here was not really to bypass the discussion because it already happened at the last meeting. It was really just to really just reaffirm the approval, just for the sake of not having a legal challenge on it.
Yeah.
Not to hide anything from the public. It's something that was already approved. That's the reason why.
And that's why I said to put it on the old business, so we
Yeah.
just go through it and. You know, because it's old business.
Right. But it can be done either way.
And just another point of clarification, understanding that maybe the sentiment of one council member. The rest of the council hasn't made any vote or changes regarding the setup of the agenda. And at least as of now, the practice has been, and it may be codified in the municipal code. That the mayor is the one who sets the agenda, obviously in coordination with the city clerk. And the city managers in the middle of all of that. But this has been done in coordination and consent by the mayor.
Yeah, also it is done in other cities on the consent calendar. The reason for the consent calendar is also council members get the agenda, and if they have any questions or concerns, they are allowed to call city staff through city manager, follow the chain of command. And if you still have more questions at the time of taking action, you can still table the item or pull it out of the consent calendar. So the idea is to come prepared to the meeting, knowing what is on the agenda, reading every item, and getting familiar with the decision we're going to take. I believe it is unprofessional to come to the meeting and not being prepared or not know what we're voting for. Like I see sometimes say, what are we voting for? Or let's, for the record, repeat me, what are we voting for? So to me, that's not being knowledgeable, reading the agenda, and there's some concerns. You should raise those concerns before the meeting. So, so we're not discussing, taking public time and council members' time when we shouldn't be aware what the decision that is going to take into effect. That way we can, I also heard complaints about the meeting taking too long, and going by the consent calendar is another way to speeding the meeting. That way it's not necessary to have a argument about what's been discussed or been approved. So that's why when there's still questions, so pull the item from the consent calendar or table it. And I believe to table it, there should be a second and majority of the vote, right? In order to table it. So that's another thing. If a council member makes a motion, there should be a second, or that motion dies on the table, because there's no second to follow through to table that item, right?
That's correct. In regard to the consent calendar, though, there are different procedures. Each jurisdiction will do it differently depending on what they have in their bylaws. Some of them say that any member of the governing body can pull from the consent calendars. Some of them say even a member of the public can do it. So, for separate consideration. So we don't, as far as I know, we don't have any bylaws that speak on that issue. And so the default rule would be that it's just a member of the governing body. And so that applies one way or the other. And, you know, unfortunately or fortunately, however you want to see it, whenever a member wants to pull an item from the consent calendar, you know, that has to be removed and considered separately. So.
And also talking about transparency, I believe we all have a responsibility representing the community. We were elected to represent the community, to vote on their behalf. So we should be knowledgeable when making a decision, voting yes or no or abstain, because I think that's part of our responsibility, serving the community, being prepared and come to the meetings and listen to both, like it was presented at the ethics training. You know, don't make a decision until we hear both arguments, both sides of the story, and then once you cannot make a decision before you hear both arguments, good and bad, against and in favor. That way, at the end, then you vote, cast your vote, and I believe that's transparency, not being biased. We mentioned that during training. Not coming to the meeting with your mindset that you already know what to do, because we still have public comments, or some items of the agenda are open to the public comments, and that can also influence the decision we're going to make according to what we know about the item. So we continue then.
Yeah,
Not sure what else the council would like me to explain on this item, as it was already presented, the amount that was added, that's in the report. And it was already, as I mentioned, approved by the county oversight committee, oversight board.
Yeah, so anybody look at the amount that what now is reflected, before it was missing, now it's there. And that's why we're just confirming, reapproving.
Right, and this, it is a
And
little
it's an
higher.
obligation payment on it.
Yeah, it's a little higher because it's gonna wrap up one of the bonds. So it's like the final or near final payment.
Okay,
Confirmation or?
It's,
no,
Yeah, I guess technically that's correct. It's because the attachment is updated, right?
it's just the number. It was missing the number. That was on. Which was approved to be whatever the amount.
What's the difference?
Amending, if you amend it, you don't have to discuss it. You can actually put it on the city calendar, easier to allow. Having to worry about that. So it probably should have had on there amended. At the end of it or beginning of it. And exactly what it was, just showing that there was a change in there. And this is the amended from here until the next time.
In reality, that one didn't need a resolution because there was already resolutions that passed.
Right, it was just included for the record that it's already being presented again.
Because it had an amendment number, that's why.
Right.
yeah, but that's why it was in the consent calendar.
That's been our practice. If there's been an information missing or wording that needs to just be finalized, then it's been submitted for ratification.
So there any other question? Then do we have a motion to approve that resolution with the new numbers? Well, the only number that we were missing. So we'll ask city clerk to please do roll
Oh,
call.
there needs to be a motion.
A motion that we approve the amendment. As
Okay.
presented.
Do we have a second? Second by, first by Councilmember Verdugo and a second by Councilmember Reynosa. Roll call, please.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Councilman Reynosa,
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez,
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem Yamas,
Yes.
Mayor Brazil.
Yes, for the record, item 4B passed with a vote of 5-0. Do we still have the resolution number just to?
It's right there, it's 20,
That's
2508.
It's
the
been
same.
approved already by
2508.
another agency, so you should probably just leave it the same.
the same, okay.
I would like to, for D, E, and F to go back to the consent, calendar. I looked at it, it's just D is just a position for an officer to be from part-time to full-time, and I think we already discussed that as well.
Since it's been pulled, if you'd like to,
Like
we've done in KCO, just if you want to make a motion.
I'd like to
approve.
make a motion, but I'd like to bring E and F as well. It's just a change of name that the captain wanted from captain to commander. We discussed that already and
When did we discuss that? I like to know.
in the last meeting. Or they presented it to us.
I shared the.
He shared
agenda
it.
and the main mention of what was being presented for today. Police chief
He
might have
shared
been
it,
mentioning that in his reports.
And it was in the reports.
It was in his report today.
Okay, and for F, it's a senior police officer to change it to police corporal, and they presented the staff report.
That motion?
It's a motion to pass D, E, and F.
Is there a second?
I'll
There's a
second it.
motion on the table,
I'll
second by Councilmember Hernandez. Roll call, please.
Councilman,
Yes.
Councilman Reynosa,
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Yamas,
Yes.
Mayor Brazil.
Yes, so it show the changes, amendments 5-0, it passed, and can you repeat that for the record?
G, I like to table it as well. I like to, I like to motion to table it as well.
Can we
It,
look at,
it was just a long,
yeah, but,
pers-
but, looking,
yeah, let's
But
table it.
no, but can we go back to the time though? I think 30 days is a little too much time.
If anything,
Maybe.
we wanted to use this as part of the training that's happening tomorrow.
Mm.
So if I could have presented for a little bit, maybe I can at least
Okay.
clarify if there are any questions.
Mhm.
Or will we take them yet?
Mhm. Yeah, so we.
What do you
can
wanna
that to
do?
Present tomorrow.
Second, a motion to table this to further evaluate.
We can still take a presentation while that's pending.
That's
Mm. So,
Yeah, so
This needed to be passed in order to,
it's not a rush.
no.
for council, but for staff it is. So I'll explain very briefly. So
Okay.
yes, there is there is presenting on a few different policies, and some of these are actually just updating and cleaning up language that
Mhm.
policies that already exist.
Yeah.
So as council may or may not be aware, we're working off a policy manual that was put together in 1987.
Right.
And Moses and I have been dealing with this for a lot of different issues on and off. And in that policy manual, there are numerous amendments, written in notes of resolutions and ordinances that were adopted that amends a lot of this. And unfortunately, it's gotten very confusing on what to actually follow. Well, best example would be the sexual harassment. That is one that was originally adopted in 06 and then updated in 16, if I'm not mistaken. And then both versions are in the manual with all the scribbles and changes. So staff did clean that up. Only amendment to that policy was to require training every year, 2 years. Every 2 years to be in line with the state federal law, like we're doing tomorrow with the sexual harassment training. So that one's literally just cleaning that in an actual Word document instead of a scan and a copy of a copy. The other one is the social media terms and use policy. That is a new policy, which kind of explains kind of what, now that we're using social media more, we have new content, we have a community communications coordinator, thank you, who's more active on social media. We want to ensure that we have a kind of symmetry across all the accounts. And also the use from staff of how those accounts are going to be managed, and likewise if there's any pitfalls representing the city or when somebody maybe makes a comment. So that one's definitely something we do feel is important to have. The content creation guide and official city branding. That goes in line with how we expect to represent and kind of the image of the city. And this is actually going to assist with the reworking or the updating of the city website. Just clarifying what the city's logo is, what the color should be, fonts, things like that. On the discipline, that is also pulling from the municipal code, but just updating it with language that we've seen in other jurisdictions. I know the deputy city clerk, the city attorney, we're actually working on that one. I don't know if you have anything you want to add on what was clarified or just fixed between the conversations.
I haven't had a chance to review it. I received it this week, I think, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, comments.
Yeah, it was mostly just cleaning up what we do have, and it's the one we have, it's like typewriter written. So we updated the language and making it more streamlined and, clear steps on what to follow in the disciplinary process. To make it easier for admin and any issues that may arise.
Just to have a better baseline of understanding between the staff. The email etiquette, that was something that's also come up before. That is a newer policy that staff helped write up. It just kind of clarifies, the expectations and actually pulls a little bit from the IT tech policy 2022-01. Reiterating kind of like what Moses mentioned in training today, that everything's a public record. So, the way you present and speak to each other and emails, you just be mindful, using nicknames and stuff like that. And the last one is the gym release form. As the council may be aware that in the Ken Brown Safety Building, we do have what's also called the Ken Brown Gym, which staff is able to use. Primarily it's PD, but that's been something that's been brought up even before by Moses regarding having a release form liability waiver. And we did work with RMA on getting their language that they've used across the board, since they'd be the ones to probably cover any sort of claims. So these aren't just something that was created in a vacuum. We have been vetting and working on updating all these. And if you read through the staff report, one thing that we do make mention is that we're hoping to, in the next month or two, move forward with actually adopting what's known as the Lexipol policy that uses, or they continuously are updating off of federal laws. Our APD already uses Lexipol. We don't. We still have that 87 handbook. If we're able to move in that direction, we'll be able to have something that's more of a living document that updates, pushes out those updates to staff where they have to acknowledge and sign off that they acknowledge these changes. We would have to still have some of our own policies, and these are some of those that we know that we want tailored to what we have here in the city. And the major urgency on my behalf is that we are having our sexual harassment training tomorrow. And we did intend to start pushing out some of these policies, letting staff be aware of these changes, just because as the older council members are aware, when we've run into HR issues, we're kind of running back to Moses and like, what's the policy? Well, the policy is not clear. This is kind of what the state rules are, but you're gonna have to do this step by step by step by step. Only because not all the staff has access to this 600-page policy manual. It's difficult to decipher and understand which is the actual the policies. So there is, at least on my behalf, an urgency to have something adopted.
If I can add to that, Anthony is absolutely right. The policies are really old. And some of them seem to be inconsistent with each other as well. It's really a big challenge whenever a personnel issue comes up in particular. I mean, it's just, it takes a lot of time on our side with the department head and the city manager and HR. So there does need to be some update. If these policies, I've kind of browsed them and preparing for the meeting. I didn't get a chance to dig into them, but like the disciplinary one seems very consistent with a sample that I had sent a few weeks back. Just keeps it nice and simple. If there's concern from the council, and obviously staff is saying they need it right away, maybe a middle ground would be to approve it with a temporary, on a temporary basis, so it expires, let's say, in 1 year. And in a year, we can bring back 1 or 2 policies per month so that the council can update them one by one, but at least we have something clearer than what's on the books right now. So that's a middle ground.
And I'll add to, knowing that there would be maybe some little minor changes in the resolution. So the city attorney shall finalize any minor amendments, language adjustments prior to implementation. And of course, city manager is authorized to administer and implement these policies as necessary for clarity, operational needs, and compliance. I mean, obviously, city manager, I'm able to implement in a case-by-case basis these policies. I want to be able to be more congruent with everybody and say, these are the policies we're working off of now. Have some clarity, especially as we have a lot of new staff members. We haven't been able to properly train them what our rules and policies are. And then that we would probably bring these back as we hopefully adopt a Lexipol policy manual. So yes, what Moses says, if it's on a temporary for the next 2-3 months even, which by then we should hopefully have an idea of the implementation for Lexipol, which then that would be a whole new policy.
Within a month, at least to the next board meeting, I like to still have time to.
Okay, and also for transparency, you know, we all received these ones, right? Yesterday, and before this one, while working with the city manager preparing the policy changes, preparing for the agenda, I received all of these, and all of these led to this, preparing for the agenda, which is my duty to work with the city manager to prepare the agenda, and that's in order to transparency too. Yes, Chief.
Just want to touch, city manager and I, we discussed, the IT, policy and, because I use Lexipol and I best practices, and so we looked at them and they were in line with our policy 342.
And included it. No, we-
Just to show that it is in line with best practices, at least for now. And, policies are always updating, especially Lexipol, it always constantly pushes out updates. Just hopefully that. I'm just giving it.
No, thank you for the remarks. And,
So there is a motion and a second pending. I don't know if there want, if you guys want to vote on that one, if.
I'll motion to,
temporary,
as a
For the-
temporary for the year. I think that's adequate. And we can always come back to it. And my reasoning for tabling it is, like Verdugo and yourself, it takes a while to read through them.
Right.
And I did look through it and, but,
So you're,
if we can, I'll
At
motion
least to the next
for,
board meeting, I mean, to the next meeting. I mean, so I want to look up some stuff myself. I mean, I read through the whole thing, but I want to look up some stuff myself.
well,
I mean.
we can
and-
still look at it, and we still have a year to.
No, not
to-
here. I was thinking her motion. For a year.
Yeah, we could always come
so
back to it,
temporary approval
Verdugo.
for a year is you withdrawing your motion, doing a second motion for temporary approval.
Temporary
So
approval.
that means these are gonna expire. They have to be updated. They have to come back to you guys, basically.
Yes, that's fine.
So one thing I would add in here is that, to the resolution would be that, that the other policies, this supersedes the other. policies.
Oh, you're right. It's been a while since we had those. Yeah. Wanna, so moved, what Moses said.
What did you say?
Basically adding a sentence in the resolution saying that these policies are replacing the other ones for that year.
Yes, yes. I agree.
And then we have a second.
I'll second the motion. I'll second the motion.
so roll call, please.
Councilmember Verdugo,
No.
Councilmember Nessa,
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Janice,
Aye.
Mayor Gisela.
Yes. So it's been temporary for 1 year, as amended.
We appreciate it.
And I see the importance also to be for staff, because anything can happen and a policy is not is not properly applied for disciplinary action. We may have a I don't know, litigation probably,
Yes. Potentially.
potential
2 weeks?
litigation.
In 2 weeks?
So I think yes.
Is there any way in that stipulate that it can be brought back at any time during that year? If the amendment is ready to be.
We are,
That way you guys don't have to wait a whole entire year. You can bring it back, let's say, next month, if you've already got a couple of them ready to go.
That's the idea, yeah.
the idea is once we get an agreement from Lexipol and kind of know what the timeline, which they said it could take a month just to implement, and then include any like our specific policies, which is why we're trying to prepare some of them. And they would obviously make sure that everything's coherent with each other. And then we bring it to council, obviously.
Yeah, we can get it sooner for sure. They have the
I
power.
would at least word it kind of that way, so that way it can be brought back, bring it back every.
But you have that year to,
And on that note, I mean, if the council wants an agenda item for the next meeting on one of these, one or more of them, let us know.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the intent is to have it presented before the year. This resolution is only good up to a year. So, but yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, please, would you like to amend it that way?
oh,
Well, it's already voted on.
it's,
Be sure to
well,
bring
just
something
that
back to-
stipulation in the, along with, that it's replacing the old
Right.
and just stipulate that what he have said earlier.
Well,
I think that's the intent.
yeah, and I think we can do a recommendation that to be brought up as soon as
As soon as
possible,
possible.
as soon as
That
possible.
is the intent. That is in that resolution saying as
Yeah.
soon as the Lexipol is ready, and then these will
Mhm.
be included and fully.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so the city clerk just to have the recommendation to be brought up as soon as possible. That's the intent. Not to wait a whole year. Okay, well. With that, is there one, and that's all of them, right? On the
Yes, it
consent
was,
calendar?
and I appreciate it. And if I may just add one quick thing.
Sure.
You know, I do my best. I know sometimes these policies or resolutions do come up a day or two before the meeting, but I do try to at least inform the council what's gonna be on the agenda. I mean, working alongside the mayor, of course, more closely involved with some of these. But I do try to offer and make myself available if there are questions or if there are concerns to the council. So likewise, I just want to reiterate that if there are questions and such, it is preferable to ask ahead of time instead of trying to play gotcha at the meeting.
No, playing the gotcha, I did have questions, but I didn't have time to come talk to you. There's not all, there's one specific part that I was really concerned about.
And if you could have possibly respectfully come and told me and asked, maybe I could have clarified those concerns, but we can discuss after the meeting what those concerns are, and if there are changes that are needed, we can work with Moses on what that needs to be.
We'll definitely update,
Mhm.
because we have to, because if we don't, the old ones go back in. Trust me, nobody wants those in effect, so yeah, they're definitely gonna come back.
That is all. I still, if any way I can do, be a better service to the council. I serve at the pleasure of the council, so anything I can do to make that easier for all of you.
Yeah, I also would like to mention that, when we're working on the agenda, we always reach out to legal counsel to make sure that the changes or proposal we're doing are according to the state of California rules and regulation for local government. So with that, when it's always saying, no, you cannot do it, yes, you can do it, or oh, no, you may do it this way. So we always consult him and working together to prepare the agenda to make sure that I would not, that transparency is there. And like I mentioned before, our commitment and responsibility is to represent the community by getting the agenda, reading it, ask questions, have concerns, get him out of the equation before the council meeting. That's the intent of the consent calendar, according to the rules and regulations. Right, Moses?
Right.
Okay, then with that, we'll continue with the meeting and going to item number 9, which is new business, and we have none.
Yeah.
Oh, that why you postpone? Okay, we go back to the SRO agreement with Rich Sunset Anafi School District. So who'll take this one?
I will.
And just a quick comment, we still gotta go to closed session because we didn't have a closed session at the beginning, so.
To much of my dismay, as majority of the council was in attendance and seemed so with some of the audience. There was a very disastrous school board meeting last week where we had requested and been requesting, as council is well aware, for the past few months, our agenda, working with the superintendent on Reese regarding the SRO contract or MOU agreement. We did meet that morning, Chief and I, with the superintendent and their CBO to kind of discuss some of their concerns, why we still hadn't reached an agreement with or reached a consensus on the agreement. Financials were brought up as being a main issue where we're asking for a 50% contribution. We explained how we have a COPS grant that chief worked on very diligently to be able to provide 3 SROs to the school district, which was at one point a request of both former superintendent, what was his name?
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes, Superintendent Sanchez, and then also Superintendent Reese. So we worked on that. We've been working on it all of 2024. That morning, we did discuss, we brought down the cost from a 50% share to a 30%. We were told that it would be presented, the agreement that the city had worked on, that would be approved by COPS. And unfortunately, at the meeting, it was very disingenuously presented by the administration, saying that there was the city's agreement and then an agreement that they had drafted months prior. We were told they were going to present the one agreement and see whether or not they approved it. Obviously, I don't need to go into detail about some of the disparaging comments that were said by the public, more so by the school teachers and staff. I do appreciate the parents that were there who at least understood and did give credit to Avenal Police Department, although they have their hesitancy of us being the SRO back at the high school, and that's something that we'll work on regardless. But I do thank the council for being there. And I think it is something that we need to obviously work on and address. And likewise, as they sent us their copy of the agreement, which is presented here. I highlighted at least the one portion that we are not in agreement with. It should be highlighted in this version. Give me one quick second. I know it should be highlighted in the printed version. The top of what it says, page 3. The SRO may leave the campus during duty hours for breaks, lunch, or to submit necessary paperwork, obtain equipment, or attend to necessary business, provided that such absence is authorized by the chief or his designee in advance notice to provide this to the school site principal. The SRO must inform the school principal or their designee prior to the departure and provide an expected return time. Such departures will be kept to a minimum and consolidated as if possible in order to prevent the SRO absence from the school environment. In the case of an emergency, the SRO may leave the campus immediately and shall notify the chief or his designee and the school site principal as soon as possible, as practical. The reason I note this portion is because they also provided their SRD agreement, which has very much the same language, but does not have that clause. So for whatever reason, the school district feel that they need to have a little bit more oversight or control over our officers, which is not in line with what we've seen in other agreements and takes away the authority of the chief, who is the ultimate authority, at least for the SROs. And that was a lot of the point of contention with the school district regarding if our officers would be present or not. Hence the push to have 3 SROs so there would be enough coverage across the board. For whatever reason, that was not presented that way. The school board was not informed that there was an urgency due to the grant deadline for us to have an agreement, which is January 28th, which chief is working on modifying so we don't completely lose that. But I think it does need to be stated. And at least my recommendation, and it is just an informational item and the mayor understands why we did not recommend approving the agreement as sent by the school district. There is direction, we can go back to the drawing board with the school district, but at this point, not with this agreement.
So after all that from the other day, they sent back an agreement.
They sent it back an agreement that we had already told them we did not agree with.
Sure,
Go ahead,
Chief.
Chief.
So, and a lot of the reason why we started the process of changing their MOUs, a lot of their initial MOUs that we had in place didn't cover a lot of areas where we had issues with the school district from the previous contract, such as not paying the full amount, not paying on time. He was making a comment to us where the officer was not seen on campus consistently. However, the contract that they previously had indicated that they were going to provide the SRO with a office. And when I happened to just get appointed here, actually went to school to visit And I asked the principal at that time, Mr. Myers, I believe his name. And I had asked him, hey, well, I would like to see Officer Garcia's office. He said, oh, he doesn't need an office. And that's when I asked Garcia, you don't have an office? And he said, no, sir. And that's why I would see Garcia's unit swapped out soon. So in order to clear a lot of that up, we have made changes and a lot of other changes to the MOU just because I felt through my experience looking at the different MOUs that it was inadequate. And then it came back and forth where they said that I had asked him if he had ever had a better with legal. And there was some back and forth and he did that. And then they came out with this other contract, which basically wanted to, like the city manager said, wanted to have more authority over the SRO than it's more, it's not standard, basically. There was another portion on there, I think we discussed where they wanted to have say of who was gonna be there as well, which a lot of times we've had challenges like this from experience with other school districts that covered multiple high schools, not just one. But where they would wanna, that initially they would not be happy with the SRO, so they wanna get another one. They want another one. But what happens is you have this carousel of officer that they're never gonna be happy with because it takes time to develop a relationship. And it's normal. I've been an SRO early in my career. It takes time to develop a relationship, but once you have it, they love you, right? Initially, we were having troubles with them indicating that they were not happy with a certain officer. I don't want to name the officer because now he's doing great there. But now they love him, right? Because it takes time for that to happen. But schools become impatient. This carousel officers, and what happens, it kills morale if you allow the district to do that. And the chief, whatever chief would decide to agree to that would not be qualified. Because he would destroy the morale of his department. By saying, hey, you know what, they don't like you, get out of there. Next, next. And so what happens is that it's just, they're not gonna wanna do the position, they're not gonna do their best. Not only won't they wanna do the position, but they won't be happy working here. And we can't have it. And so we need to have the ultimate authority, just like.
Which has a window of practice.
Yeah, in the practice, it's common.
So I present both the agreement they sent and then the one they have for the SRD, the deputy. And for whatever reason, are stricter with us than they are with the SRD.
They were attempting to have our SRO signing and signing out, things like that, and they didn't have any basis to do that, and he had just started.
Thank you, Chief. But just so the council's aware, at least on that. If there's any direction, next steps.
Just probably keep it on the agenda so we can discuss it. Maybe somebody may have ideas or comments or proposal or something.
Do you want them to approve our agreement?
No, I mean, it is just an informational, it's more so a direction and at least to lay out what had actually happened.
Yeah.
Maybe future meetings with the school district. Comment on that.
I believe they did agree to meet again. As school board and city council jointly meetings, right?
I know we have in the past, I don't know with this new school board, is this something the council would like us to reach out and maybe try to arrange?
Yeah, I feel we should have those meetings again. So,
To let the council know, the city manager, I discussed this already with him, but regarding that COPS grant, there is a possibility of doing a modification of the grant, and it doesn't necessarily have to be for the SROs. Just to let you know, because those COPS grants are hiring grants, they can be tailored for the betterment of the community, whether it be hiring additional officers for, let's say, a detective unit to not only engage more with the community, but also combat violent crime.
Perfect.
Sure.
Point of clarification, did the school district sign the agreement?
They signed the agreement they approved,
They approved.
yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
The county, though, not with us.
It is one with, that's the one that's presented here. You'll see.
So they stated it. They
It's
stated
their
it.
offer.
Yeah, but it has that those stipulations that, at least as staff, we did not feel were right and did not agree with. So, but that version's right there. They signed it on the 16th. You'll see it right there.
And for how long is that one?
A great question.
I think it's a year. They have the SRO for one more year.
The current one,
It's one more school year, right? They finish off this school year and resume next year again.
let's see terms. And this one was, okay.
Anything.
It's for 1 year, June 30th, 2025, year and a half.
It's like this. I don't think they will be.
Well, the school year, right?
This is.
2025
Or is it
2020?
longer?
Yeah, it's right here. Term 1, this agreement shall be effective upon the ratification, approval by both council or both boards shall end June 30, 2025, unless terminated earlier.
So this, they got 6 months, 6 months. That's the one, that's the one they signed. So it's still.
So that's
time
why I'm
for
saying
negotiation.
we were told our agreement would be
Yeah.
shared.
Mhm.
And no discussion of a second agreement. It wasn't, and I'll make a note of this, and I did mention it to
Mhm.
their secretary. It wasn't, this agreement was not on their packet. It was not available for the public to review. I went back to their online packet. It doesn't have that one, it has our version.
So did they agree on ours?
We
As you saw in the
still-
meeting, they presented a second one, so this is the one we vetted, and this is the one that should be approved. That's this version,
Yeah.
but it's not
They didn't
available.
explain it correctly to the
Mhm.
public. It was just A and B, that's
You
it.
got a question?
Yeah, go back to their website.
Really was.
Go back to their
They
website.
just
This is not
re-switched it.
there. I had to request it this morning.
Point of order, was that language in the last contract and they just left it in, or did they add it?
No, this is a different reworked one
Okay.
completely that they
You
presented.
had- You currently had a contract in place for the last year?
Expired end of 23 or
So
24.
the total new contract they drew up.
But we still have an opportunity because we're looking at still let them finish their contract in June 2025. And our contract to take into effect for the next school year, which will be September 2025. And if their contract expires on June 2025, that means they don't have a contract for the next school year. Right? They can extend it, but meanwhile, I think that's why it's important to meet and confirm with at least have meetings with the
Board itself.
the board itself.
Council like me to reach
Mhm.
out and see when that could be coordinated.
Does everybody agree on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can handle it.
that's your recommendation then.
Understood.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to the end of the meeting, almost correspondence, announcements, and closing comments before we go into closed session.
Yes.
City clerk? No comments? Thank you. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I provided at least the updates that I felt were pertinent for the council. Just a reminder that tomorrow morning we do have sexual harassment training. We do have Mayor Pro Tem Gomez's certificate, but if everyone else has not done sexual harassment training in the last 2 years, we do recommend that you come by 9 a.m. here at the theater. Be about an hour and a half. We will have this be video guided. We'll have a little quiz as well, but that way we can at least meet that requirement for all the council. Likewise, there will be a graduation at 1:30 in Visalia. So I know Councilman Verdugo, Mayor Purcell, anyone else able or interested in going?
Tomorrow.
I'm
Visalia.
working. I'm unable to go.
No worries. We'll probably be leaving since I have some staff that will be going as well. We'll try leaving 12:15, 12:30 at the latest so we can make it in time. I think Chief is gonna save some seats.
take a lot of photos.
Yes, please. And then we'll present something, the following in February.
And then
Special day, not just for the PD. For the city rather. You got 3 cadets that are graduating. I don't know if that's been done, but it's gonna be in your uniform. And, you know, I've done it multiple times, right, for a bigger, you know, city, and it's kind of normal that we do that, but for a small agency and for candidates to come and seek us out, it means a lot, and I think, it should be telling to the community, and that's why I said, you know what, it wasn't a fair representation of what they said at that school board meeting. This is what it's all about.
The word's out about you, that's fine.
Do
we know where they're from?
I think there's a lot of, the staff is happy. That's what matters to me, and I think they're happy that they're engaging with the community, and I wouldn't say I'm forcing them to, but I think they're encouraged and they want to do that. And I think that's what I've seen on their applications, is that they really like that our community engagement with them. And that's what's important. So, and that should be important to.
Yes.
I think that's good.
Cool.
And since you're on a roll, Chief, would you like to also invite them for Wednesday? I did already send the invite, but
We're also having the official ceremony here, services, and we'll have a food, we'll have a cake. And it's a little ceremony where we invite their families to come in. We usually do it at the police department, but I imagine with 3 young men, you know, they're probably gonna have big families.
It's gonna be tight.
So we have a big system. Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
I think Moses might show up too.
Yeah, too. So guys are invited too, okay?
I sent a calendar invite for that as well, and I'm gonna send the text message with the flyer right now. 11:30 on Wednesday.
Next one there?
I might make it for.
You need a little break.
I know, I might make it, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fun. We're gonna have our podium in there, we're gonna take the word for them, and it won't take too long. People usually start really quick after that.
Yeah.
I'll put them on the spot and have them give a few words. That's artificial.
What time is it? Huh?
9:30?
I just sent a text with the photo.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I'll end it on a high note. Thank you for a speedy and productive meeting. I know we have closed session. Thanking the staff. If you've noticed, we have all the assistants actually running the meeting today.
Yeah.
Deputy City Clerk Carla Curiel
Noah.
and then Noah Naranjo. Both are heavyweights to the off.
Yeah, good job. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
So,
And that is my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Any closing comments or announcements from legal counsel?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll go with Councilman Verdugo, closing comments.
I'd just like to apologize if I came across a little strong, but that's some of the stuff I feel strongly about, but other than that, nothing.
Thank you. Closing comments by Councilmember Reynosa
Not at the moment.
at the moment. Councilmember Hernandez, any closing comments?
None at this time.
And any closing comments by Mayor Pro Tem Cames?
No, thank you.
I just want to remind do you have times for this sexual harassment class certificate? How much time they have, the new council members, or the ones that cannot attend the class
That's what I read.
tomorrow or do
Within
not have the
6 months
certificate?
of being sworn in or taking office.
Mhm.
They could do it online, maybe.
Yeah,
You could do it.
so there are
We
other
have the
options.
link. If you're unable to, we'll just need to get the certificate.
Yeah, that's true.
You're gonna have to take it.
So,
I had to do 2 hours.
yeah, also,
Supervisor.
whenever,
98, right?
90,
That's, I had to take it every year. Where I worked at.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
year is it done, it was a primary.
so they also don't forget the 700 form. Start working on it. And just want to report that I've been representing the city in the county meetings. Actually, I went yesterday to, they canceled the LAFCO meeting, but we were able to meet with the Kings Area Rural Transit Agency. I actually, they gave me the pink slip and the keys for the truck that the city of Avenal was able to.
Finance manager was like, "This real? Why is it $500?"
Yeah, we're able to purchase a Ford F-150 with it's actually 4 doors, side doors, 2 side doors, and 2 main doors,
Extended cab, bro.
an extended cab. But in the beginning, there were only 3 doors. Now there are 4. This one is a 4 door. 2014 with 69,000 miles for $500, and it's had no dents. I was told to. I went and pick it up today. Brought it to the city. Uh, they told me it's got a brand new AC unit with the condenser, transmission, engine, everything is running smooth. Suspension. I mean, $500 is a steal. Yeah, well, it was just.
Like a patrol car.
Mm.
I don't wanna buy a patrol car.
No.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, but this is actually, it had a driven, actually mostly miles because they use it to come to Avenal or Corcoran or wherever they have a transit
Yeah, the
Uh,
little.
the
not the
station.
station,
How do you
Nobody.
calculate hours?
the hub. Some of them do have
Well,
an hour meter in the.
Really?
Vehicles have an hour meter, if you skim through your info on there.
Okay.
It'll tell you how many hours
Mhm.
you're actually.
Yeah, also if you can, one of those scanners, you can also connect a scanner to it and you'll be able to reach the hours. Yeah, but this one was, the miles are actually is it transportation from place to place? Highway miles, yeah. Yeah, that's not common. So, they also, we have 2 new, members to the, also Kings County Association of Governments. They last, 2, council member from Hanford, another one from Limor. So they have, Patricia Matthews, a mayor from Limor, being on the, card, and also the Kings County Association of Governments, and also on the Vehicle Abatement Program Agency. So we have Lou Martinez, City of Hanford council member, now representing. Now he's the mayor. He was a newly elected mayor. Lou Martinez. They're already looking at going to Sacramento. Locally represent the 8 counties in the Central Valley to talk to a meeting with Hurtado, and I guess there's a new assembly member on that district on the north side. And Macedo. We've also, Alexander Macedo, we're looking at meeting with them. We'll be dealing with we know what the future goes with the new legislation in DC, Pero. Looking at, cause they're looking at less funding for some like the speed train. So it's a lot of money that's been invested, and see if there's no more federal funding, it's gonna create also, something unpredictable, because they've been working on bridges and they're almost 100% done from Madera all the way to Bakersfield. But the next phase was the rail track itself, but now with I don't know what the future goes, but with funding, but so I'll be attending that that was on March 11 and 12. What else? We're looking at a meeting and probably start a conversation with LAFCO, like it was mentioned before. They've been canceling meetings because there was no items on the agenda, but they're preparing for bringing that an extension into the agenda in the near future. We had you know, a report, and I'll be probably working with the card bus on Saturdays. I believe it's always full, huh?
Yeah, there's always, the limit's 10.
The limit is 10.
And people, they make the reservation like, there's a week ahead already, there's a week, you have to make the reservation during the week.
Mhm.
And there's people already wanting to go, the next week.
Mhm. Yeah, so we're probably gonna have to see how we can hopefully get a medium size bus so it can accommodate more people, and they really see that that is a need and that people in the community are using that bus on Saturday. But
Yeah, basically, community members use it for shopping here. I mean, you can go to Walmart, a cheese is like $3, here it's 7. So, and the community know that if you go to Walmart, you can get over there, so they get on that bus and they do their shopping, I mean, whatever they need, and they bring it back, and I mean,
mhm,
at least, how high the increase of eggs and everything,
mhm,
and here it's doubled.
mhm,
I mean, there's a decent price, but here in Avenal,
mhm.
I mean, everybody that shops here knows the reality of the prices. Rotisserie chicken here is like $17.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and over there you get it for $5 for community members. I mean, they take advantage of that.
So, yeah, I would like to, probably on the future agenda items, I would like to, and with the legal counsel here present too, it's been brought to my attention, and it's concerning to me too, that some businesses go to wholesale stores without saying any brand names, and they buy a product and they double or triple the price here in Avenal. Which I think, and that's a price gouging to me. So I would like to see if we can check into that, to see what we can do. Because those concerns have been brought up to me. For example, they can buy 2 gallons of milk for $5 and they will sell each gallon here for $6. So.
Yeah, we can request that.
Because it is affecting the economy of our community members. I believe also eggs being another example where they go and buy carts full of eggs. And when people try to go and buy, at a good sales, there's no more. So, that's, so we can just discuss and see what we can do to avoid price gouging in the community. Mhm. And well, thank you for attending, and we'll go into a closed session, and if there's anything to disclose out of closed session, we'll be coming out to close the meeting after that. Thank you. Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, everyone. We just came out of closed session. At this time, there's nothing to disclose at a closed session. The time is 10:46, meeting adjourned. Good night. 10:46. I thought it was like time flies when you're having fun.